Okay, this is the meeting of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force for March 4, 2026. The time is 4:01 p.m. The Sunshine Ordinance Task Force and its committees convene in hybrid meetings that allow for either in-person attendance or remote participation. Public comment will be taken on each item on this agenda. Meeting decorum. Any members of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force may call for decorum due to disorderly conduct of meeting participants. Person who engage in threatening and/or menacing behavior may be advised to leave. A reminder for those who have joined via WebEx, please note that we are not using chat options in WebEx as those written statements are not visible to members of the public who are attending the meeting in person or have called in. You may indicate your desire to be recognized by raising your hand in the application or via phone by pressing *3. Chair Yankee, that completes my initial announcements.
Okay, thank you, Administrator Young. Let's go ahead and move to item number 1.
Item number 1, call to order, roll call, and agenda changes. Just trying to get set up where I can write on everything. On the call of the roll, Member Schmidt. Schmidt present. Member LaHood.
Member LaHood said that she will be here at around 4:15, so she's absent for now.
LaHood absent. Member Sugarman. Sugarman present. Member Kumar. Kumar present. Member Anderson. Present. Anderson present. Member Highland. Highland present. Member Pill. He is not present at this time. Member Sangaradi. Sorry. It'll take me a while. Member Wolf.
Present.
Wolf present. Vice Chair Stein. Stein present. Member Yankee.
Present.
Chair Yankee present. We have a quorum at this time. Hang one sec here. All microphones are on at this time.
Testing.
Yours should, the wireless. Sorry.
It's on now.
All microphones are on at this time.
Okay. And we noted ex officio member Adams here as well, correct?
Sorry.
And we noted ex officio member Adams is here.
Yes, we will note that member Adams is present.
Okay, are there any agenda changes?
I believe there's a item that will be continued. I believe it's item 16 or.
Yeah, so the one I'm aware of is item number 16. Both parties agreed just prior to the meeting. It was Monday, after the packet was posted, to continue this item. So that will likely be on the April agenda, I believe. Oh, and the other item is item number 19. The respondent indicated they need to leave by 7:30, so we will try to call item number 19 after item number 15. Members, any other agenda changes? Seeing none, let's open that up to public comment.
If there are any members of the public who would like to make public comment at this time, you may approach the podium. If you're online with us, you can press *3 on the telephone to raise your hand, or otherwise use the application to raise your hand to indicate you'd like to make public comment. There is nobody in the room at this time. And there's nobody with raised hands online at this time.
Okay, we can go ahead and close public comment and move to item number 2.
Item number 2 is welcome to our new task force member and introductory remarks.
Okay, so we have a new member for seat 10, and so I'd like to have him go ahead and introduce himself if he wants and tell us a little bit about it.
All right, awesome. Hello, everyone. My name is Josian Girardi. I use he, him pronouns.
It's lovely to meet you all. I've been in San Francisco for 7 years with my husband. He and I live in the Castro neighborhood. I've been pretty civically involved in San Francisco since moving here, and I think like a lot of folks, one of the things that's inspiring about San Francisco is our city's deep commitment to civic involvement. While living in San Francisco, in our wildly civically involved city, I think in a lot of ways I found a lot of purpose in what I think is like a lifelong commitment that government is a mechanism for good, for advancing people's lives and making their lives better. But as a part of that, it means that the government itself must do good, and it must earn the trust of the residents that elect it and that it represents. I think that bodies like this, the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force, play a really important role in ensuring that there is a lot of trust in our government so that people can continue to invest their resources, are comfortable investing their tax dollars to help the most vulnerable residents of our city, and join in and ensuring that public policy reflects our values. I am under no false pretenses about this body and how long our meetings are. And I know that we have some regulars who love to participate in this process. I know that there are some task forces and boards that are seemingly glorious from the outside, and then there are ones that are the workhorses like this one. And I just want to say, out of deep respect for you all, thank you for your service on this. I know it isn't easy. I'm excited to join you in this, at least for now. I'm excited, but thank you all. Yeah, I'll give it back to the chair. Thank you.
Well, welcome. I'll just note this, I think this is the first time in maybe decades that we've had all 11 seats and an ex officio seat. So we have actually 12 members here, which is kind of great that we get that much different perspectives in here. On the flip side, we all need to be more cognizant of the time as we proceed through to make sure everyone gets a chance to talk if they want to. So thank you. Let's go ahead and see if there is any public comment on that, and we'll move it along.
Yes, if any members of the public would like to make public comment, you can approach the podium. If you're online with us, you can press *3 on the telephone or to raise your hand. Otherwise, you can use the application to raise your hand. Double checking, we do not have any hands raised for public comment on this matter, and there's no members of the public in the room at this time.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment and move on to item number 3.
Item number 3 is approval of the February 4th, 2026 Sunshine Ordinance Task Force regular meeting minutes.
Okay, I understand that these were timely posted and distributed to members prior to the meeting, and that any feedback given was incorporated. I don't know if there are any last minute edits. If not, is there a motion to approve the meeting minutes?
So moved.
Okay, moved by member Anderson to approve the meeting minutes. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by member Wolf. Let's go ahead and open that up to public comment.
Yes, if any members of the public would like to make public comment, you can approach the podium. If you're online with us, you can press *3 or otherwise use the application to raise your hand and indicate you would like to make public comment. Double checking. I do not see any hands raised at this time.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment and take a vote on that motion.
Yes, on that motion, member Anderson.
Aye.
Anderson, aye. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood. LaHood absent. Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Sugarman, aye. Member Kumar. Kumar, aye. Member Highland.
Aye.
Highland, aye. Member Pilpil. Pilpil absent. Member Sangarati. Aye. Sangarati, aye. Vice Chair Stein.
Aye.
Stein, aye. Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Yankee, aye. That motion passes without objection.
Okay, we can move on to item number 4.
Victor Girardi, San Girardi.
I'm gonna have a hard time for a while.
It's Stan, it's like Saint Gerard, but in Italian. So it's Stan Girardi.
Got it.
Say, if you get the Girardi part, it sounds easy.
Yeah. That's good, yeah.
So big, Girardi. Come on, I know you can do this. Okay.
Next on the agenda, item number 4, approval of the order's determination, file number 25075, Jared Stratton versus the Police Department, file numbers 25082-1 and 25085-2, Michael Teron versus the Planning Department, Chan Sun and Hugo Cabrera, file number 25100, Concerned San Francisco Residents versus Public Health, file number 25128, Mark LaCroix against the San Francisco Fire Commission, file number 25130, Patrick Manette Shaw against the Commission Streamlining Task Force, Ed Harrington, Sophia Kittler, and DCA John Givner, file number 25133, Michael Petrellis against the Office of the Mayor.
So moved.
Is that a motion to approve?
So moved.
Okay, moved by member Wolf. Do we have a second?
Member Highland, second.
Seconded by member Highland. The one thing I'll just ask our administrator to do is if there are any discrepancies between the ODs and the meeting minutes, if we can just make sure that the ODs reflect what was passed in the meeting minutes. I think member Pell may have made some edits to the meeting minutes that were posted, I think, right
Update to
before.
reflect the meeting minute changes.
Yep. So just that. Okay. Let's go ahead and open that up to public comment.
Yes, if there are any members of the public who would like to make public comment at this time, you can approach the podium. If you're online with us, press *3 on the phone to raise your hand. Otherwise, you can use the application to raise your hand to indicate you would like to make public comment. Double checking. Okay, I do not see any hands raised on the application, and there's nobody in the room at this time.
Okay, we can close public comment and take a vote on that motion.
Yes, on that motion. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Member Highland.
Aye.
Highland, aye. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood. LaHood absent. Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Sugarman, aye. Member Kumar.
Aye.
Kumar, aye. Member Anderson.
Aye.
Anderson, aye. Member Pilpil. Pilpil absent. Member Sangarardi.
Aye.
Sangarardi, aye. Member Stein.
Aye.
Stein, aye. Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Yankee, aye. That motion passes without objection.
Okay, moving on to item number 5.
Item number 5 is a hearing on the proposed amendments to the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force bylaws, review and discussion amendments proposed by the Complaint Committee and other amendments proposed by the SOTF members to reduce the length of SOTF meetings.
Okay, so my understanding is that the complaint committee has been working on some proposed amendments to the bylaws. I think there was some issue getting those into the pack. Well, I know they weren't noticed properly, so we can't vote on them tonight. But I believe they are the amended one. There's an amendment to the packet. If you're having trouble seeing them, if you hit refresh, I think it includes the most recent ones now. But I will turn it over to everyone on the complaint committee to discuss what they're proposing. We can kind of discuss it, work through it. I know member Pilpel had additional comments that he submitted in writing, and they're also part of the packet. And then hopefully we can get this scheduled for a vote next month. So I'll turn it over to member Schmidt to discuss.
Yeah, just a couple of comments and then I'll pass it to my committee members. We spent several meetings sort of throwing out ideas, and at our last meeting, we basically came down to 3 items that we hammered out language for that you can see in the, I think the version that has a red amended at the top, and I just looked, and it's a version that at least I got in my email of Friday at 6:42 p.m. I don't know why there would be different versions, but it looks like that version is the three items that we have. We did not get this, there was something in the process with the clerk's office that caused the bylaws notice not to go out. So we can't vote on this now, but we can at least introduce it, bring it up. I don't know if we necessarily want to spend a whole lot of time talking about these if we can't vote today. One thing I want to say is that we all think that they should be considered as individual items and not as a package. And, it could be that one passes or it could be that two pass, but we thought that if they have to go through as a package, then it's easier to pick something about the package you don't like and then just vote no on everything. With that being said, I'll pass it to other members of the committee to add anything they want to. Member Stein.
Yeah, I'll just say, I hope everyone has that amended version. I'm getting the same old version when I look, and I guess I have to clear a cache or something like that. But there should just be, items 1, 2, and 3 is what we were proposing. And these were after many discussions and kind of trying to put different people's ideas together. And I want to say, I think all of us on the complaints committee feel that we really need to work on using our time and our resources more efficiently. That's where these proposals come from. And for me, it also comes from doing the annual report and even realizing that even though last year we had kind of a small number of complaints come in for the year, our average is well over like 100 complaints a year, and we're not really able to process more than 60 to 75 complaints a year. And that's with our consent calendar. And so it just seems like a lot of people's complaints are languishing for months or maybe even a year or more. And we feel like it's it's compelling, or it's time for us. We've talked a lot about kind of self-regulating ourselves, and that hasn't really worked very well. And so we were trying to think about proposals that would give us kind of a structural change that would allow us to use our time and resources better.
Member Sugarman, do you want to go next?
Sure. I only have brief comments because I proposed something along these lines a bit ago. And I suppose all I want to add now, I feel like everyone will be able to speak their piece when we have like a full deliberation on it. But what I've heard consistently is something that Vice Chair Stein had brought up just now. It's that it's not so much that we feel as though people shouldn't be able to, we shouldn't be able to manage this. We should be able to manage this ourselves and not have these rules put in place, but we aren't. That's been what I've heard. And for that reason, I strongly support some or all of these things being passed and tried. And that's all I have to say.
I would be interested, though, if anybody has specific things they want to address or bring up in relation to these, to hear people's concerns.
Yeah, because you folks will have a chance to meet one more time
Yeah.
before we vote, and can always add, change, whatever, based on the feedback. So I see Member Wolf's hand up, so I'll start with him.
Thank you. I think it would be helpful, though, if we use the standard strike through italics, adding language editing type of format. It's a little bit hard to side by side figure out what's being added here. For instance, also.
Member Wolf, let me just real fast. That was
Yeah.
part of the issue that they were having with the administrator getting her to make those changes. So it was wrong, and we came up with this at just the last minute so we can even see it.
Oh, I see.
Proposal
Okay.
does come over. It should be like you described.
Okay, very good.
Yeah.
Okay, then that's my only, for today, that's my only comment.
And I would
Like you're saying.
clarify that there's only think there's only one strike through and everything else is an addition. And the additions are in bold.
Okay. I had a few quick thoughts. Number one, I think this is a worthwhile endeavor. As chair, I think I've tried to rein people in at times and had varying levels of success with that. So I think setting some guardrails is important. From my perspective, however, I think that we often get more off track in the question and answer portion than the deliberation portion. Not that deliberations are necessarily concise either. So my thoughts, this is not, a proposal, but just some ideas I had, is perhaps we consider having members have one go around with questions. I think there's an expectation that members come prepared, that they read the packet, that they listen to the audio if necessary, that they listen to the presentation. And I've often seen 2, 3, 4 rounds of questions from a single member. And I think that gets us off track and often gets us down a rabbit hole that's beyond the scope of the complaint in front of us. And I think you folks discussed that a little bit. I would be supportive of that. I also think, as in member Pilpel's recommended edits, that we eliminate the discussion portion of the question and answer part. So it's very clear that it's just for questions, not for follow-up discussion. I think follow-up discussion really needs to be afterwards. I know there were 2 proposals, because I listened to the audio from your meeting and reviewed those packets. I'm a little hesitant on the one go around. I kind of like the proposal that we had 2 speaking opportunities during deliberations, particularly if we were to limit one go around in questions. I think that allows members to offer explanatory comments if they make a statement, and other members may kind of take in a different direction just to revisit it. I also think it lets members help craft motions, which we've kind of done in a group way. I know sometimes we've asked member Schmidt to weigh in on legal issues, and I think it would allow the flexibility for him to chime in again if necessary. We've had issues with members kind of drawing on their own expertise. I know we had a dog bite case, and member Kumar was able to relay a little bit more information on that. And so I just don't want to see us bogged down a process where we may be passing motions all the time to continue discussion. Maybe it makes a little more sense to offer 2 go-arounds during deliberations and see how that works. And I think some of the suggestions that member Pilpel made to shorten up times for the parties to present make sense. And I know I've brought this up before, is that the way it's structured now is that we take public comment on every single motion, not necessarily every single item. And so we can often run into a scenario where actually public commenters are commenting more than the actual parties to the case are. Because if you add it up, currently parties to the case have 5 minutes and 3 minutes, so 8 minutes total. If we make 3 motions, public commenters could have 9 minutes, which is more than the actual parties in front of them. And so I do like member Pilpel's idea to move public comment to after the rebuttals, and then we can hear from the members of the public, take that feedback into consideration as we deliberate and decide our own motion. But I think reopening public comment on multiple occasions, unless things drastically change and move into a different direction, isn't necessarily the best use of our time either. So I kind of think we kind of do a shared sacrifice to a certain extent. Everyone, the parties, the commenters, and members all try to limit themselves a little bit, and we set up those guardrails. I think it could be meaningful. So that's my thoughts. Member Wolf, did you have another comment, or is your?
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
You just sparked a couple of quick things. First of all, I appreciate the work that has been done and the thought behind it. I get a little concerned about the difference between the context of the questions being asked and whether or not we're going down a rabbit hole versus the number of times people need to speak in order to get enough information to be able to make an informed decision that information may not have been contained in any of the written material, but it comes to light during the presentation of or the testimony. So that's my first thought. Second thought is we are obligated to follow Robert's rules, and public comment doesn't get triggered until a motion is on the floor. So putting public comment before a motion seems a little inappropriate or out of place, because public comment should be on the decision that the body is going to make. That's all I have. And as far as Member Pilpel's suggestions, I'm a little concerned about removing the witnesses, or if anything, they would need to be combined into the party's testimony time, and the party would have to, structure their time accordingly, which I think is fine. But to remove witnesses completely, I think is a little out of place, especially if it's pertinent. And I'll stop there. Thank you.
Okay, just two very quick follow-ups to that. Number one, Robert's rules is the presiding guideline for us unless we make rules to the contrary, and that's in section 5, subsection A. Says, except where state or local laws or other rules provide to the contrary, meetings shall be governed by Robert's Rules of Order. So we rely on Robert's rules unless we specifically create a rule different from that. And so I think that's important to note. I think that's all I had quickly. Member LaHood. Oh, and did we note for the record, Member LaHood's?
Yes.
Okay.
Just quick question on that front. In trying to comply with Robert's rules, but being able to modify them, could we offer the members of the public a chance to make comment either immediately following or after we've made a motion, but it's one or the other? Or does that get too complicated? Just a thought.
I think we could. I mean, my concern was this, is that we have, for instance, we had an item, I think 2 meetings ago, where we had 4 motions. Theoretically, one member of the public could have 12 minutes of public comment, which is beyond what any of us are talking, or what these guidelines have us talking, or what we were, that's much less than even we give members present to us. That seems disproportionate.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it should be one go around. I'm not particularly committed to where it is,
Mm-hmm.
but I think that every single amendment we may make, if we have an motion and someone moves to amend it and someone moves to that, or if we move to continue, I'm not sure that we should have multiple rounds. I think that's a disproportionate amount of public comment compared to everyone else. And I'm not sure, I think most other boards and commissions, including the Board of Supervisors, take it before the motion's made. So I'm not sure why we seem to differ from that. But, in watching things like the Board of Appeals and the Planning Commission and stuff, I've not seen every motion they make suddenly lead into a new round of public comment. That seems to be very unique to us. And I think if we explicitly state that as a change to the rules, we have the ability to do so.
Mr. Chair, I'd like for you to engage Mr. Young, because he sits as a clerk on many of these committees. I would like to know his thoughts on that.
I'm not prepared to advise on that. As Chair Yankee has stated, other bodies do things differently, and I really can't comment on the various bodies because the Board of Supervisors does take public comment and then propose the motions.
So Board of Supervisors takes public comment prior to a motion, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that was my suggestion. We align to that practice.
And they don't take comment after the motion.
Could you repeat that?
And they don't take second comment after the motion. They just take it.
Yeah, that was
It's up to
my
the call of the chair if
understanding.
they believe they need to or not.
I'm sorry. Could you repeat?
It's up to the chair of whatever committee it is if they believe additional public comment is necessary, but they usually do
After the
take
motion.
additional public comment.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Member Schmidt?
Yeah, I'd say I'm open to that, but I think the nature of what we do here is different than what the Board of Supervisors does. They don't necessarily have matters where there's two sides who submit opposing presentations, and then the Board of Supervisors has a panoply of possible remedies, possible decisions to make. And then in our situation, if we made public comment come first, which I'm open to, but I just want to point out that that would cause the public commenters to not know anything about how any of the 11 of us feel about the case itself, how we may rule, etc. So I just want to point that out, that it is a different kind of legislative body.
Chair Yankee.
Member Adams, and did you have some real fast first?
Yes, I just wanted to note in the motions for the Board of Supervisors, if it's considered to be a substantial change, the board cannot act on it and they must continue it to a future meeting.
Okay. Member Adams?
I just want to go meta for a second here because organizational efficiency is one of my very favorite topics, but I would just point out here that we're spending a lot of time discussing this, which again is my favorite kind of discussion pretty much, but we can't actually take an action on any of these things today. And I suspect that when it does come up for discussion and action, we're going to talk about a lot of these same things again. So perhaps there's some efficiency gain in tying or like constraining the scope of discussion when there is no action we can take today. And when the time does come for action, there will probably be a very similar kind of discussion again.
Yeah, my hope was to get a jump on that so we're not discussing as much in April. We can move faster to the votes since we've had some of that, because that's exactly what's happened before. Is we've tried to do this and it ends up taking an hour or two, and our endeavor to shorten a meeting ends up being the opposite, and we now have a longer meeting. So trying to split it between two meetings. And to Member Schmidt's point, I think if we maybe I could do it. So welcome to look at some of the bodies like ethics, Board of Appeals, maybe the rent board that operates in a similar fashion to us, where we have where there's opposing sides, and see kind of how they do it. Maybe we can offer some of those as a case study, because I think they have shorter meetings than we do. So
That'd be a good idea.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
anything else for this, or should we go ahead and move on after taking public comment? Okay, let's open for public comment.
Yes, if there are any members of the public who would like to make comment on this matter, you may approach the podium. If you're with us online, you can press star 3 on the telephone to raise your hand, or otherwise use the application to raise your hand to indicate you'd like to make public comment. Just double checking. There's nobody in the room, and there's nobody online with their hands raised for public comment at this time.
Okay, public comment is closed, and hopefully we will have this as an action item on the next agenda. We can move to item number 6.
Yes, no action was taken on this item. Item number 6, one moment. Item number 6, Commission Streamlining Task Force update, review recommendations from the Commission Streamlining Task Force and its staff, which may affect the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force and potentially take actions to communicate suggestions or concerns from the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force to the Board of Supervisors.
Okay, so as an introduction to this item, last meeting, we discussed some issues that we saw in the drafting of the ordinance and charter amendment, where the decisions of the Streamlining Task Force regarding the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force were not properly reflected in the ordinance language. Our DCA prior DCA Valerie Lopez, she's no longer with us here as an assignment, worked with the legal counsel of the Streamlining Task Force. They identified those problem areas, made the corrections. So those were incorporated. into the final language. The Streamlining Task Force at their meeting last week approved the final language for their charter amendment and ordinance. It now goes to the Board of Supervisors. So that's where things stand with that process. The Board of Supervisors now has to take action if they want to for the charter amendment, and I believe it's unless 8 of them vote otherwise, the charter, the ordinance portion will become effective. But the charter amendment needs, I believe, at least 6 votes to make it onto the November ballot. 2 things I think we might want to consider, and then I'll open up to everyone else's, at least regarding sunshine issues, is obviously several boards and commissions are potentially being eliminated. I think from a records management standpoint, we may want to consider how those records from those boards and commissions are maintained. I know we had this issue come up before with the redistricting task force because they only meet a short time and then they disband after their work is done, and some members of the public wanted information, public records from that, and there seemed to be difficulty in us tracking down who maintained those records after the task force disbanded. And so if we're having 30, 40 some boards and commissions no longer in existence, I think there needs to be some plan in place to ensure that those records that need to be kept are indeed kept and that members of the public can find them. And then one other small sunshine related thing I did notice, and I believe this was the ordinance, is that there is a downtown revitalization financing district board of directors. And under their current structure, they are required to meet the requirements of the Brown Act and the Sunshine Ordinance. And it looks like the ordinance that came out of streamlining and is going before the board eliminates the requirement that they adhere to the Brown Act and the Sunshine Ordinance. That would be section 5.49-7. I'm not sure where it is exactly in the packet, but it's the part that deals with downtown revitalization financing district. So just wanted to call that out as another item that affects something that we may have concerns about. And then I'll open it up. Member Wolf, keep your hand up.
Yeah. So somewhere at the beginning of this document, there's a little blue box that talks about passive meeting bodies not requiring to comply with the Brown Act or the Sunshine Ordinance. And I'm just wondering if that particular body you referenced is now considered to be a passive meeting body.
I don't believe it is. My understanding is that that board, if it's the one I think it is supported by the clerk of the Board of Supervisors, and in fact is made up of several members of the Board of Supervisors. It is, I believe.
I was going to say it's easy to find that thing. If you search for sunshine, it's the last mention of sunshine in the whole document.
There we go. And if you go to the Board of Supervisors website and then click on meeting information and then committees from the drop down, you'll see the various committees of the Board of Supervisors. In addition to those, they also include the Local Agency Formation Commission, LAFCO, and this one I just spoke of, the SF Downtown Revitalization and Economic Recovery Financing District. And it looks like the clerk is Elisa Samara, who's the Deputy Director for the clerk of the Board of Supervisors. And before we go, and it looks like it's currently made up of Supervisor Sauter, Mahmood, Dorsey, Cheryl, and then 2 public members, Tolentino and Wang. So I don't think this would probably be a passive meeting body.
Yeah, I think you're right. The LAFCO, though, is created at the state level. So I think that that is where the contention might be for that, as far as the local area formation commission.
Yeah, this thing I spoke about is just targeting the San Francisco downtown revitalization economic recovery.
I thought you also mentioned LAFCO.
I was just telling you the ones that were on that website.
I see. I see.
Member Schmidt?
Yeah, I'm not sure if there's a couple of problems I see there. One is if trying to create exemptions from Brown, from the CPRA, from the Sunshine, if they're trying to carve out exceptions to those, my understanding is that the streamlining task force is about streamlining. I don't know if they're necessarily about cutting back on sunshine. And two, it seems like if they're trying to write something into a charter about exempting a body from sunshine, that's going to have, I don't know if that's going to fly in face of state law. Brown Act, I don't think you can exempt your organizations from Brown Act. That would be possibly a legal fight, but that's just sort of my take on those efforts if they're really trying to do those things.
Member Sangiardi?
Are we allowed to ask any of them why they are suggesting this? Why they're suggesting that the Downtown Revitalization Board of Directors is exempt?
We can maybe ask our DCA. I mean, obviously they're not, the parties aren't here, who did that, but maybe our DCA knows why they might, is that a special type of body? Do you know anything about that particular?
I wasn't familiar with that specific one or the changes that were made. In terms of the legal question, I'm kind of curious about, like Member Schmidt said.
Mike, I don't hear it overhead.
Yeah, I just wonder if there's like a legal reason why they couldn't be able to do that. It seems kind of weird that the Brown Act, they could just decide not to do that, but I'm not aware of the specific reasons why they're doing that.
My second question would be that I know the Brown Act specifically deals with like quorums of groups of people coming together and being in the same room at the same time. And there are a majority of this board is members of the Board of Supervisors. So they will often find themselves in what would be a quorum of the Board of Directors of the Downtown Revitalization Board of Directors. So I wonder if this would if applying the Brown Act to this body would actually make all other meetings that they attend together as members of the Board of Supervisors illegal. And that maybe that would be a.
Yeah, and to that point, if some of those folks are even on a Board of Supervisors committee together,
Correct.
that could trigger a quorum requirement.
Right.
I think some of them are.
And certainly those issues could come before us at some point in time, whether it's by our own initiative or if somebody, brings a petition, a complaint to us.
Well, I hate to bring this up, but maybe they have too many supervisors on that committee.
It might be, because it looks like I'm looking, one of them looks like the alternate. So it looks as I'm looking at one of the meeting minutes here. And it looks like it is, for instance, the February meeting had, two supervisors and two members of the public, but one of the supervisors was absent. So it was supposed to be three. And it was supposed to be Supervisor Sauter, Supervisor Mahmood, and Supervisor Dorsey. And I'm pretty sure at least two of those three are on some Board of Supervisors committee together. So I don't know. Again, and I think the interesting thing about this also is I think this was included in the ordinance that came out of streamlining, not the charter amendment, which means unless 8 members of the Board of Supervisors vote to reject it, it becomes law. It doesn't. This is not even, I don't think, the part that's going to the voters is a charter amendment. So I'm not sure how it got in there either.
Yeah, and that's definitely significant, whether it's in the ordinance or the charter.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair.
Member Wolf, go ahead.
Yeah, so looking actually at the kind of the program guidelines, the overview section of this particular body, it was established effective February 12th, 2026, pursuant to Division 8 of Title 6 of the Government Code, the Downtown Revitalization Law. And I haven't had a chance to read through that to see if, whether there are any specific rules that apply to it that would remove it from local, or remove it from the Brown Act. I can't see how it could, to be honest with you. But
So which date was that, Member Wolf? Because I see their first meeting as actually being September 25th, 2025 is when they first met.
yeah, so I went to they actually have a website. It's sf.gov /department-downtown-revitalization-financing-district. And then they have the very first link, it's a couple of links down, says guide program guidelines. And in there is the background of how it got created.
Okay.
The district is governed by a board of directors under San Francisco Administrative Code, Article XLIX. That's a Roman numeral. I can't tell you what it is. Pursuant to the Downtown Revitalization District Financing Plan, as amended from time to time, and these program guidelines. So, worth some research, I guess, but I agree with the sentiment here is that it's not clear how it could be exempt. Even the way it's explained here, it doesn't seem like I can't understand it. It becomes a local agency body, which is the Brown Act.
Does anyone know offhand, maybe our DCA, when the board has until if they don't reject this amendment, when it would become, or rather this ordinance, when it would become effective? Do you know offhand?
Don't they have like 90 days or something?
I forget off the top of my head. I don't want to misspeak. Member Adams, do you recall?
Yeah, it's 90 days.
It is
Effective
90 days.
date is enacted at 12 a.m. on the 91st day.
Okay, so there is time between now and a couple more meetings that we have. Maybe it's something our DCA could look into and see how and why they think they can exempt themselves from the Brown Act and the Sunshine Ordinance.
I mean, unless we reached out to them proactively and say, have you looked at this issue and have you done kind of a legal analysis of how you can do that? I don't see how we can get into the thinking behind that. So I'm not sure if that's what
Okay.
you're.
I mean, I think it's odd that obviously it was in there before that they had to do this and they're striking it out. So it's not like it wasn't there for the last, well, I mean, currently is still law, right? That they have to follow the Brown Act and Sunshine Ordinance because those are parts that they're trying to strike out. So that currently exists in law. I don't know, members, how you want to.
I would say just to advance this, can we have you write something to, is it Mr. Harrington is the chair? I don't know if you could just write something to say to them and say, why did you do this? And did you under what how are you?
Yeah, I could write to both Mr. Harrington and there's a project director.
Yeah.
And see if maybe they could at least offer how they got there.
Yeah.
And we could bring that back at the next meeting and then maybe discuss. I'm assuming there had to be some thought process
Yeah.
behind it, right?
I think it'd be interesting for us to know,
Yeah.
and if there is supported reason, if that's something that could come up again in other cases, it'd be good for us to understand how they got there.
Yeah. I don't know if you want to make a motion to that effect or if you just want to have me do it. I'm happy to do that and reach out to them and try to bring that back. Member Adams, you have?
Just a question again, sort of tying back to actions here, like suppose because it sounds mostly like a legal question, whether this is allowable is ultimately not up to us. So I'm curious, like what the one possible action is we reach out to them and say, what are you doing? Like what do we think is the scope of actions available to us here specifically?
Well, I think what we could do, getting back to the question I'd asked you is if they write back to us and we are concerned with the response that we get about the legality of it. Obviously, we can reach out to the board of supervisors at this stage. It gives us 90 days to reach out to members of the board and say, this is a concern that we have flagged and we're not sure that this is legal or proper. And the board could always do it, whatever it is they could do before this becomes law. I think would be the next stage of the process because Commission streamlining can't touch this stuff again. So any future changes at this point have to be done through the board of supervisors.
So in that case, then it's almost not so much that we're acting in our capacity as Sunshine, but almost as like expert, like citizen review of prospective legislation.
Yeah, and I think the section was 6730A or something. There's one of those sections of the Sunshine Ordinance that allows us to issue reports and and talk about the broader implications of the sunshine. This is not really like a sunshine complaint, but yes, kind of in that oversight capacity or advisory.
Yeah, okay, but not like a determination of.
No, I don't, this isn't that. I think it's
Yeah.
more of just offering comments and thoughts on any legislation. Member Schmidt?
Yes, expert.
Member Adams, I think I see where you're going here, and I'm with you that I'm not sure if we're getting out of our lane here. This is a law that hasn't even been put in place yet. And so we would be taking on a role of, advocating, arguing as to what we think is legal, what we think is appropriate. And I mean, I understand that if they pass the law and we think the law is wrong, then we can have either, in our role as deciding cases, or we could have a role under 67.30. But it seems to me that maybe this is premature since we have no idea if it's going to be amended. We don't know if it's going to be passed. And exactly are we making an argument to the Board of Supervisors? We think you should vote against this. I don't know if that's really something that I see being within the scope of 67.30.
To that point, I mean, this is the counter argument. I'm not saying it's necessarily more valid. 6730C says the task force shall advise the Board of Supervisors and provide information to other city departments on appropriate ways in which to implement this chapter. So, I mean, I would look at it, this is an implementation of sunshine, not that we're,
Agree.
saying that they're doing something right or wrong, but offering, providing information, saying that this may or may not conflict with state law and or sunshine ordinance, and there's something they should look at. I'm not sure I agree with you. I'm not sure I would take a position, and Member Adams, that we're saying that they violates it or you should vote against it, but rather this is something I think that we do have the purview to flag and provide information because it's implementing part of the sunshine ordinance or unimplementing it, if that's a word.
Yeah. I think that could, certain readings of that language could encompass what we're talking about here. I could see that, though I'm not, well, I don't know. I see where you're going there on that. I guess I'm sort of on the fence about whether it's too far or not.
Member Anderson?
Yeah. From my understanding, listening to the comments, I don't think we're saying vote yes or vote no. We're asking, why is this not a part of that, an organization that comes under the purview of the Sunshine and the Brown Act? And we're asking for clarification of that. Our reading of the Sunshine Ordinance, our reading of the Brown Act, because we deal with it when we come here every month, is that based on how this committee is set up, that it should come under the purview of Sunshine. So we just want to please let us know what your thinking was. That's all. We're not saying do it, don't do it. We're saying, please give us some clarification. Might as well do it on the front end. Many things are very difficult to correct on the back end. So that's my comment.
Mr. Chair.
Member Sindrati first, then you, Member Wolf, go ahead.
Okay, sure.
Do we regularly inquire about prospective legislation?
From time and again, yes. We have provided comments to the Board of Supervisors on sunshine-related legislation. But we cannot, as a body, take an official position on legislation. Rather, it's been more of an informative, we think we might want to consider these implications or so forth and so on. Does that seem, members, I don't want to misrepresent what we've done, but I think that's kind of, and it's not often, because there's not usually a lot of Obviously, the sunshine ordinance can't be changed by the board members themselves. So typically we're offering advice. It's more of, we saw this come through as a state law change in the Brown Act or the California Public Records Act. And you might want to be aware of these changes. Change to the sunshine ordinance has to go back to the voters. So we really can't, the board itself really doesn't change the sunshine ordinance. Member Wolf, I think you're next.
Yeah. So just as you were talking, I just kind of was digging into what I think is the correct section of the government code under quote unquote districts and the creation of special districts. And in their definitions, they describe local agencies and then legislative bodies. And under legislative bodies, it means a legislative body of the local agency conducting the proceedings, which would automatically put it under the Brown Act, since the Brown Act covers all local agency public proceedings. So that's my kind of my first thought. I think we need to do a little research on this. But I think it's well within our purview to provide advice to the Board of Supervisors based upon our expertise and our perspective of how the ordinance should operate. I think that is well within our purview.
So I think for action right now, I think the one thing I've heard is maybe we reach out to the streamlining task force and get more information. I remember had suggested that maybe we make that a motion just to formalize it, and then I can bring that information back and we can decide what to do, if anything else, at our next meeting. Does that sound like something we would all feel comfortable with, or the majority of us would feel comfortable with? Member Cingeretti?
Are they under any legal obligation to respond?
No.
Okay.
But we can ask. I think the streamlining task force has done a pretty good job of being very public and in this, and there may be something in one of their meetings, I'm assuming someone suggested it somewhere, and they might say, hey, this is why we came to this decision, and there it is.
I'm going to suggest that it would be more helpful if it's presented not as a sort of, hey, let's talk about this kind of thing, and more of a proposal. If somebody brings something and says, I think we should do this specific thing, then we can focus on that. But just to have it come up again, and we sort of, to me, sitting here and spitballing seems very time consuming and not very productive. If we have nobody's coming in with, this is what we should consider voting on. So if we are going to put this over to another time, I would think that would be the better way to handle an item like this.
So to your point, Member Schmidt, yeah, that's well taken. What if we were to reach out to the streamlining task force, get information? If I get any information from them, I distribute it to all the members, and then all of you have the ability to decide, do you want to propose a motion? And if you want to propose it, you can submit it to me, and I'll put that specific motion or proposal on the April agenda, not just dump the information I got and move it up to try to figure out something, make something out of it.
I think that's exactly what I was hoping for. Is it could be any one of us who wants to say, I propose that we actually, do this very specific thing, and then we can talk on that proposal. Maybe we tweak it, maybe we don't like it, but it could be that 12 of us do it, and that we all have our individual proposals, but at least it's about an action item that has some specificity. And you give us a month, and we have that opportunity. We don't do it, but that opportunity is very fair.
Yeah,
And I
I
think
think
that's
it's
a good way
well
to go.
taken. And I think it's the spirit of the bylaw amendments that we focus on specific action, not just throw a topic up there and see what it turns into. So I'm happy to reach out to Streamline Task Force, gather information. This is not us taking a position on anything. Just see what they'll provide to me. As soon as I get it, I can distribute it to all of you by email, blind carbon copy it so we don't turn it into a serial meeting. You can all look at it individually and decide if individually you want to send something back to me to put on the agenda. I'll do that. Does that work? Does that
Yeah,
good?
it works.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, just quick last point, 662-450, 62450 of the government code is specifically a new, it was introduced, amended in 2024.
Okay.
So that is where this gets created and all the rules around it. And essentially, the district is separate and distinct from local government.
Okay.
That's any hint.
So maybe that, yeah. So let me do that. I will reach out, get more information, distribute it, and we'll see if anyone wants to pick it up in April. With that said, I think we're approaching 5 o'clock. So why don't we segue into public comment for this, and then we'll move on to our special order items.
Yes, if there are any members of the public who would like to comment on this matter, you may approach the podium at this time. If you're online with us, you can press *3 on the telephone or raise your hand using the application to indicate you would like to make public comment. We currently have one person with their hand raised. I am unmuting them at this time. Hello, caller, you may make public comment at this time.
Thank you. It's Patrick Monette. I think you're under the wrong impression that you have 90 days. If the Board of Suits introduces that ordinance and votes on it rapidly, it becomes effective after they pass it in 90 days. So you don't have 90 days to make an inquiry, bring it back to the task force, and then decide what to do. Most concerning to me is the mention at the beginning of this agenda item about the retention of records and how that might affect the Sunshine Task Force's duties adjudicating sunshine complaints. The Streamlining Task Force is relying on hyperlinks to some of their meeting materials and documents they have generated that may not be transmitted to the public library for historical retention. They are more or less counting on those hyperlinks breaking down, in part because the Board of Supervisors WebEx hosting system automatically deletes some records long before a 10-year retention period, and the Streamlining Task Force is aware of that. I think you should be more focused on advocating with the Board of Supervisors to make sure the entire set of documents the Streamlining Task Force has created is transmitted for permanent retention to the public library. But given my vocal cord problems, I can't describe this anymore, and I can attempt to try to submit something in writing to you, but I guess that's all I'm going to say right now. Thank you.
Thank you. It looks like we have another person in the queue.
Hello, caller. Oh, my apologies. Hello, caller, you've been unmuted. You may begin your public comment.
I just want to double check. This is item number 9, public comment before the consent calendar. Is that correct?
It is not. This is public comment on item number 6.
My apologies. Goodbye. Thank you.
I'm just checking. The names have been moving around. I'm just gonna check one more. Hello, I just unmuted this line. Is this Mr. Manette Shaw or is this somebody else?
No, this is,
Okay, no problem. Thank you. There are no additional public commenters on this matter.
Okay, we can close public comment. No action taken on this item, but I will get the task force the information that I can get. Seeing that it is now 5:08 p.m., let's move on to item number 9. And for anyone interested, we will come back to items 7 and 8 after we complete our complaints. So 7 and 8 will be heard after item number 19 and all the other complaints. Okay, so item number 9.
Item number 9, public comment. Members of the public may address the committee on matters that are within the committee's jurisdiction and the task force that are in the task force jurisdiction, but not on today's agenda. Again, going back to the other template, if you'd like to make general public comment, you can approach the podium. If you're online with us, you can press *3 to raise your hand, or otherwise use the application to raise your hand. Hello, Mr. Turan, you've been unmuted. You may begin your comment.
Good afternoon, Chairman Yankee and members of the task force. Also, welcome, Joe, to your seat 10. Thank you for your public service in advance. My name is Michael Turan. I'm here about my sunshine complaint. I filed it on July 31st, 2022. It's been over 7 months. I have no file number provided in writing. I have no hearing date. I'm here to renew the request and put key facts on the record. On December 10th, my counsel sent a letter to the task force. It asked for a file number and a hearing date. We got no reply. On February 2nd, I came before this body during public comment. I asked for a file number and a hearing, or in alternate, send me a written denial that my complaint's not going to be heard. And then again, on February 24th, I came back and asked again for a file number and a hearing date. On February 27th, I got a reply from the Board of Supervisors. The chairman and the secretary of this task force were copied. The board said that the complaint was closed. I replied on March 2nd. I showed that the complaint had never been heard, no ruling had been made, and I provided evidence from the record to support that. The board then changed its position. It said that the complaint form was defective, and it asked me to refile. I replied to the Board of Supervisors with evidence from the record. The complaint form filed already had the names of the parties that the Board of Supervisors had suggested were missing. The charter at section 2.117 gives the clerk of the Board of Supervisors charge of the records of the board. The board's own website tells the public to file all public records requests through the clerk. I put that all in writing to them. Under the Sunshine Ordinance, the task force has 45 days to act, outlined in section 67.21E. The deadline ran out in September of 2025. The charter says the city must be liberal when providing public access. I've done every step open to me. I filed a complaint. I've written to the task force. I came to the public comment 3 times now. I replied to every point raised. I want to work within the process, but it's been 7 months. I have no file number issued to me in writing. I have no hearing. I must be clear. If the task force doesn't act, I'll treat the silence as a denial of my complaint. I'll ask that a file number be assigned today and provided to me in writing. I ask that the complaint be heard. Thank you very much. I'll stay through the public comment period if anyone wants to ask me any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Just double checking. I do not see any additional hands raised at this time.
Okay, thank you for your public comment, and we can move on to item number, well, the consent agenda, which is items number 10 through 14.
Consent items number 10 through 14. Item number 10, file number 25087, complaint filed by Anonymous against the Mayor's Office of Housing and Community Development for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 67.21 by failing to respond to a public records request in a timely and/or complete manner. On January 27, 2026, the Education, Outreach, and Training Committee found the task force has jurisdiction, requested records are public, and referred the matter to the task force consent agenda with a recommendation to find a violation of Admin Code Section 67.21A by failing to permit the inspection of public records during normal hours of operation, Section 67.21B, by failing to produce public records within 10 days, 67.21C, by failing to assist the requester in identifying public records, and refer the matter to the Committee for Compliance. Respondent is ordered to provide records within 5 business days on a tiling of a rolling list with all to be delivered in 20 business days. Item 11, file number 25134, complaint filed by me, Antoruti, against the homeless and supportive housing for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 67.21 by failing to respond to a public works request in a timely and/or complete manner. On January 27, 2026, the Education, Outreach, and Training Committee found that the task force has jurisdiction, that the requested records are public, and forwarded the matter to the task force consent agenda with a recommendation to find a violation of Administrative Code Section 67.21 by failing to respond to a public records request in a timely and complete manner. Section 67.26 by failing to keep withholding to a minimum, and Section 67.27 by failing to provide written justification of the withholding. Item number 12, file number 26011, complaint filed by HV Safe against the San Francisco Municipal Transportation Agency for allegedly violating Admin Code Section 67.21 by failing to respond to a public records request in a timely and/or complete manner, and 67.25 by failing to respond to an immediate disclosure request in a timely and/or complete manner. On February 17, 2026, the complaint committee found that the task force has jurisdiction, that the requested records are public, and refer the matter to the SOTF consent agenda with a recommendation to find that the SFMTA violated Administrative Code Section 67.21B. The committee found that the SFMTA did respond to the immediate disclosure request, but not in a complete manner, and therefore found no violation of 67.25. Item 13, file number 26016, complaint filed by Paul Kittner against the SFMTA for allegedly violating Admin Code Section 67.21 by failing to respond to a public works request in a timely and/or complete manner. On February 17, 2026, the complaint committee found that the task force has jurisdiction, the requested records are public, and forwarded the matter to the SOTF consent agenda with a recommendation to find no violation, since the records requested are exempt under California Government Code Section 7927.700. Item 14, file number 26017, complaint filed by Michael Petrellis against the Office of the Mayor for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 67.29-5 by failing to respond to a request for Proposition G calendars in a complete manner. On February 17, 2026, the complaint committee found that the task force has jurisdiction, the requested records are public, and forwarded the matter to the task force consent agenda with recommendation to find no violation. The committee found that the mayor's office did not violate Prop G rule in listing that the Castro Theater stakeholders were at a meeting rather than listing each individual, because Section 67.29-5 requires that calendar entries identify individuals present and organization represented at a meeting or event only if the meeting has 10 or fewer attendees. The committee also found that the mayor's office satisfied the law by acting in good faith and by providing the full list of attendees as required by Section 67.29-5E.
Thank you, Administrator Young. Members, is there any request to sever any of these items from the consent agenda? If not, is there a motion to approve?
Yes,
Uh,
I'd like to pull item 13
Okay.
because there's no corresponding minutes available to review the item from the committee. They're not posted yet.
Okay, we will discuss that one and how we want to proceed afterwards. So with that being said, I have item number 13 pulled. Is there any other requests for any other items to be pulled? Not seen any. Okay, so is there a motion to approve the consent agenda and adopt the recommendations of the committee for the remaining consent agenda items? That would be 10, 11, 12, and 14. Not there yet. I'll take public comment after we have a motion.
I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
Okay, moved by Member Schmidt, seconded by Member LaHood. Now we can open it up to public comment.
Yeah, sorry if I'm coming up at the wrong time, but I'm consent item number 11, and I just wanted to make a quick comment on it.
Sure. Now is the appropriate time to do that. You'll have 3 minutes.
Basically, I'm coming to share with you all a really troubling pattern that I'm seeing when trying to request records from various departments throughout the city. Basically getting the same kind of treatment from each of the departments, namely HSH, Department of Emergency Management, mainly those two. Item 11 is my complaint against the Department of Emergency Management. At the last meeting, Ms. Schneider was instructed or encouraged by the member of the board that are present to engage with me to try to come to some sort of reasonable outcome. And I just have to say that after making me wait 3 weeks, promising that they were going to, reevaluate the documents, they basically just resubmitted or returned to me basically the same to them in their same form with no without addressing the requirements under the various codes. And I just have to say that what they're doing, it shows a clear lack of respect for my time, for this board's authority, for the board's time. I know you guys have a lot on your agendas and you deal with a lot, and your time is valuable. I feel like my time is valuable too. And it isn't just a, it's not a good faith effort or mistake or somehow, because it's a pattern that I see across certain departments. When a department responds to an oversight body and simply recycles the same non-compliant production, it sends a message. The message is there is no consequence. The message is this process doesn't matter. The message is we can do the minimum to pretend to be compliant and move on. That is not respect. That is not respect for the citizens of our great city. It is not respect for the members of this board. The Sunshine Ordinance is mandatory. It's not symbolic. It is not conditional. It is not, 30 seconds. Basically, I'm just asking for accountability because I don't think that they fear any repercussions that will come from their actions. And I hear the same type of story from lots of people that I talk to, and I see it basically a pattern of just willful disregard amongst departments. Thank you.
Thank you for your feedback. Do we have any other public commenters?
Just double checking if there's anybody online who'd like to make public comment, you can press *3 to raise your hand or otherwise use the application.
Mr. Chairman, information.
I do not see any additional hands raised.
Okay, so public comment is closed. Member Wolf, did you have a comment?
Yeah, quick one. I just noticed also on item number 14, the same, it refers to the same complaint committee meeting on February 17th, of which the minutes are not posted either.
Is that a request to pull that one as well, or are you just noting that?
It's a request to pull that one as well.
Okay. Okay, so there would now be a motion to approve the consent agenda for only items number 10, 11, and 12. We will discuss 13 and 14 here momentarily and how we want to proceed. Let's go ahead and take a vote on that motion that's on the table.
Yes, on the motion to approve the consent agenda for items 10, 11, and 12. That motion, Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood.
Aye.
LaHood, aye. Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Sugarman, aye. Member Kumar.
Aye.
Kumar, aye. Member Anderson.
Aye.
Anderson, aye. Member Highland.
Aye.
Highland, aye. Member Pilpil, absent. Member Girardi.
Aye.
San Girardi, aye. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Vice Chair Stein.
Aye.
Stein, aye. Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Yankee, aye. That motion passes without objection with Member Pilpil being absent.
Okay, now we can move on to discuss item number 13 and how we want to proceed on this. We can have a motion to accept the recommendation of the committee. We can discuss it and then come up with an alternate motion, or we can have another motion to hear it for a full committee. Member Highland?
Could we not vote to continue it to the next consent agenda calendar, by which time the minutes will be up? And if any objections are brought up, then we can open it up at that point. But it sounds like it was packaged and ready to go, sans minutes. So if you can satisfy that requirement, the members can look at the minutes, and if they want to then bring it to the floor again, the second time, they can do it that way.
That is something we could do.
If you move it, I'll second it.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, with that on the floor, I'll make a comment now to that. I think the description is sufficient from the committee. I know the committee puts a lot of time into explaining their motions when they put stuff on consent. I'll also note the audio for that meeting has been available for days now, and the packet has been available. I don't think the meeting minutes is necessary for us to approve items on the consent agenda. I would be personally inclined to approve this today as is, and so I will be opposing that motion.
Chair Yankee, I would probably be with you on that. I think that we're hoping that we're going to start to get people bringing cases who can get their decisions in 67.21 cases at the under 45-day deadline. And I think that's what these might be here. It's very difficult to be able to go through the existing process and succeed at that. It's almost like everything has to be teed up exactly right to do it. But I think it's a necessary goal that we have. So agreed that everything was available. I think we are trying to place into our decisions the rationale for the decisions. And I think that with these two items, they're not that complex. I think they're pretty easy to see. One can certainly have an opposition and vote against, but these are not the most complex items, and so they definitely, I believe, belonged on the consent calendar.
Chair Yankee, I withdraw the motion, but I would like to add that I think what Member Wolf is trying to point out, and I agree with him, is that these minutes should have been available by now, or certainly a few days before this meeting. And that's really it's more of an internal memo to ourselves. But I sense the task force is going to approve with the necessary information that was available. So I'm withdrawing my motion.
Okay, so for the record, the motion has been withdrawn. Do we have an alternate motion? Vice Chair
I
Stein?
move to approve both cases.
We're gonna have to hear them separately, so let's just make a motion.
To approve this case.
So it's to adopt the recommendations of the.
Sorry. I move to adopt the recommendations of the Complaints Committee on file 26016.
Okay, so motion by Vice Chair Stein. Is there a second to that motion? Seconded by Member Anderson. Any comments from the members before we move on to public comment? Not seeing any. Okay, let's go ahead and take public comment on that motion specifically for item 13.
Yes, on the motion to adopt consent item number 13. Are there any members of the public who would like to make public comment on this matter? You can approach the podium. If you're online with us, you can press *3 to raise your hand, or otherwise use the application to raise your hand to indicate you'd like to make public comment. There's no indication for public comment on item 13.
Okay, public comment is closed and we can take a vote on that motion.
Yes, on item 13. Vice Chair Stein.
Aye.
Stein, aye. Member Anderson.
Member Anderson?
Aye.
Anderson, aye. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood.
Aye.
LaHood, aye. Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Sugarman, aye. Member Kumar.
Aye.
Kumar, aye. Member Highland.
Aye.
Highland, aye. Member Pilpil absent. Member Sargerardi.
Aye.
Sargerardi, aye. Member Wolf.
No.
Wolf, no. Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Yankee, aye. That motion passes with Member Wolf voting no and Member Pilpil being absent.
Okay, let's move on to how we want to decide item 14. So are there any motions for item 14?
Okay,
I think I hear one from Member Sugarman coming.
Being volunteered, but I would motion to approve the what the complaint committee's finding on February 17th, 2026.
Okay, so motion by Member Sugarman to adopt the findings of the complaint committee for this item. Do we have a second to that?
I second it.
I think I heard Kumar on that one. Okay, second by Member Kumar. Member Hood?
Before we proceed, Member Sangerardi brought something up that
Yes.
maybe we need to check the record, and I'll let him explain.
Okay.
I just don't know procedurally for us. I was trying to look at the bylaws. So someone had recommended that we remove an item from the consent calendar.
Yes.
And we didn't vote. We neither voted to remove it, but we also, well, I think we voted to remove it, but we didn't vote to actually put it back onto the consent calendar.
Right.
We just moved directly to approving the recommendation of the committee.
Right, so what happens is items on the consent calendar are approved in one mass motion to do all those. Any member without a second and without a vote request an item be severed from that. Then we will call that item separately and take a motion and vote specifically on the motion for that one item, not as part of our mass motion. So Member Wolf severed 13 and 14 from the consent agenda. So we passed a mass motion that encompassed 10, 11, and 12. We just passed the one for 13 separately, and now we're doing the one for 14.
Perfect, thank you.
Chair Yankee, sorry, did I hear you say that one member can sever or one member plus?
One member can sever an item from the consent agenda. That's correct. Okay, so we have a motion and a second, a move by Member Sugarman, seconded by Member Kumar to approve and adopt the recommendations of the complaint committee for item 14. Let's open that up to public comment.
Yes, regarding the motion to approve consent item 14, moved by Member Sugarman, seconded by Member Kumar. If there are any members of the public who would like to make public comment on that matter, you can approach the podium at this time. Or otherwise, use the application to indicate that you would like to make public comment. Or press *3 on your phone to indicate you'd like to make public comment. Just give me one moment. I'm just making sure I get these actions correct.
No public comments, but I think we're ready for a vote.
Yes.
Okay.
I just want to make sure my records are correct before I take the vote.
Okay.
My apologies. Yes, on this matter regarding item 14. Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Sugarman, aye. Member Kumar.
Aye.
Aye. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood.
Aye.
Aye. Member Anderson.
Aye.
Anderson, aye. Member Highland.
Aye.
Highland, aye. Member Pilpil. Pilpil, absent. Member Sangerardi.
Aye.
Sangerardi, aye. Member Wolf.
No.
Wolf, no. Vice Chair Stein.
Aye.
Stein, aye. Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Yankee, aye. That motion passes with Member Wolf voting no and Member Pilpil being absent.
Okay, I think that covers everything on our consent agenda, and we can move on to item number 15.
Yes, item number 15 is a request for reconsideration complaint filed by Patrick Minette Shaw against the Commission Streamlining Task Force, Ed Harrington, Sophia Fittler, and Deputy City Attorney John Givner for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 67.7 by failing to post an agenda at least 72 hours before a regular meeting containing meaningful descriptions of each item of business to be transacted or discussed at that meeting. On February 4th, 2026, the task force found the Commission Streamlining Task Force violated Admin Code Section 67.6 F and California Government Code Sections 54956A by failing to adequately describe possible actions for an item on the agenda and for taking actions on that item at the same meeting. On 2/20/2026, Mr. Patrick Shaw submitted a timely request for reconsideration.
Okay, so members, this is a request for reconsideration. The process for doing so is in our complaint procedures under Section E. It's in the packet. I will actually read it here also. Since we don't see these come up very often, I want to be very clear about what it is we're doing and not doing here. So the procedure here is the petitioner or respondent may submit a request for reconsideration of any SOTF order within 30 days only in cases where new or pertinent information becomes available. The petitioning party must provide the new information, new supporting documents, and a written explanation of why or how this new information should change the SOTF's determination. Petitioning party must also certify that the new information, new supporting documents were not available at the time of the original complaint. The SOTF will accept no more than one request for reconsideration from each party for any given complaint. The request for reconsideration is not an appeal or a rehearing of the entire case. It addresses only whether the new information is pertinent to the outcome. The SOTF or one of its committees shall consider request for reconsideration at its next available meeting to determine whether the information and supporting material are new and whether they warrant a reconsideration of the outcome of the complaint. So that's where we are. This is what can happen. So number one, we have to decide amongst ourselves, is the information that Mr. Monette Shaw timely submitted in writing, which is included in the packet, new information that was not available at the time of the original complaint, and is it pertinent to the outcome? If we vote in favor of granting reconsideration, the matter will be reopened, rescheduled for a future hearing, and each side will be permitted 5 minutes to provide testimony in that matter. If we do not vote to grant reconsideration, the matter will be closed, and that's the end of this matter. There is no provision for either side to address us or present to us as part of this. So it was incumbent upon everyone to review the material, and we can now discuss how we want to proceed on the question of granting reconsideration. So I'll open the floor up with that. Member Kumar.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, since we don't get many of these, it usually doesn't happen. My request would be, let us reconsider it, because like the materials, like there has been a timely request for consideration from the petitioner, and I understand sometimes genuine mistakes occur. So I would say, before we head into this, I would say we should consider the request.
Vice Chair Stein, do you have?
Yeah, I guess I wasn't here when this case was decided, but given my understanding of requests for reconsideration and what I consider new information, it seems like the information that was being cited was the question and answer period with the respondent, which I assume that everybody who made this decision already heard, and therefore it's not new information. And so I would be inclined not to rehear it.
Yeah, I'm of the same opinion as you, Vice Chair Stein. My belief on how we do this is, was there information out there that was inaccessible to the parties or the task force at the time it was heard, but only now has been brought to light? So as an example, as a hypothetical for something I personally feel would warrant reconsideration is, was there a set of meeting minutes, let's say, out there that should have been posted but was not posted, let's say, by the Commission Streamlining Task Force, and only became publicly available after our meeting but may materially affect our decision? In this case, my understanding is the same as yours, Vice Chair Stein, that this is more of really a request for a rehearing or a relitigating of the matter that we already discussed. And obviously everyone was here when we discussed it, and so everything and all the comments we all made were obviously under consideration when we took the vote on that. So I don't see new information as required by this section. Member Kumar?
This is just for my reference. All the changes in red on the document, are those also part of the new documentation, or is it just like a correction that's been issued?
I'm sorry?
There's a lot of highlights in red and strikeouts in red. I wanted to know if that's part of the new information or not.
My understanding is that is just emphasis added by the complainant, Mr. Monette Shaw, information he wanted to draw our attention to. There really wasn't a document that looked like this that was originally submitted. This is something he prepared. This was his written material that he submitted to us, asking us to reconsider. I see Member Wolf's hands up. So Member Wolf.
Yeah, I was just thinking, would there be opportunity for Mr. Monette Shaw to explain what the new information is?
In public comment, if he wants to, but our complaint procedures do not permit a presentation from either side for this unless.
No, he's asking for reconsideration. Shouldn't he at least have a chance to tell us what it is?
That's what he submitted in writing. There's no provision for him to present to us orally as part of this process. That's what I read. Only if we grant reconsideration is he and the responding party given 5 minutes to do so.
Okay.
It's copied as part of the packet, verbatim what our complaint procedures are, subsection E. Section E, subsections 1 and 2. The part for presenting is subsection E3C, and that's only if we vote to grant reconsideration.
I could make a motion.
Sure.
I feel a little
Sure.
bit strange because I wasn't at the original, but I did read the packet very closely and I heard it in the complaints committee, and I'm just not seeing the new information. So I will make a motion to deny the hearing.
Okay, so motion by Vice Chair Stein to deny the request for reconsideration. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Seconded by Member San Girardi. Let's go ahead and open that up to public comment.
Yes. Members of the public who would like to comment on this matter can approach the podium at this time. If you're online with us, you can press *3 on the telephone to raise your hand. Otherwise, you can use the application to raise your hand and indicate you would like to make public comment. Caller, you've been unmuted. You may begin your public comment.
Yeah, this is Patrick Manetsaw. I appreciated Member Wolf suggesting that you should hear from me. However, Sunshine Task Force Administrator Ms. Peterson told me initially that I would have a chance to speak orally, and then she amended it and said I would only be allowed to speak if you agree to a rehearing. But I did not prepare even a short statement for today that I could use my computer to play it back for you because I have such difficulty speaking. I would really like an opportunity to summarize the new information for you. So if I can't get a rehearing, can you at least postpone today's yes or no vote on whether to give me a hearing to a future meeting and let me address you briefly then? Thank you.
Hey, is there any other public comment on this item?
There are no additional commenters on this matter.
Okay, we will go ahead and close public comment, and there's a motion on the floor, so let's move to a vote on that motion.
Yes, on the motion to not grant the request for reconsideration. Vice Chair Stein.
Aye.
Stein, aye. Member San Girardi.
Aye.
San Girardi, aye. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood.
Aye.
LaHood, aye. Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Sugarman, aye. Member Kumar.
Aye.
Kumar, aye. Member Anderson.
No.
Anderson, no. Member Highland.
No.
Highland, no. Member Phil. Phil, absent. Member Wolf.
No.
Wolf, no. Member Yankee.
Aye.
Yankee, aye. On that motion, we have 7 ayes, 3 noes, and 1 absent. The motion passes.
Okay, the motion to, there will be no reconsideration hearing on this item. Yeah, absolutely. I was just going to say, we have a member of our group of folks who need to present for a complaint who's having trouble logging in. And so we're going to take a recess here. And if I think Administrator Peterson, who's attending remotely tonight, is going to try to reach out to him. But if you, Mr. Young or Administrator Peterson, could take this opportunity to try to get the online platform working for Mr. Gaines, who's part of item number 17, that would be appreciated. And so why don't we, because I know there's some phone calls that need to be made for that. Why don't we try to come back at 6 o'clock, because it's 15 minutes to try to resolve that.
We are in recess until 6 p.m. Microphones are off. Hi, caller. We've unmuted you. Is this Mr. Gaines?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you. We have you on the line. We're on a break until 6 o'clock. We will get back to you once we get back.
Thank you.
This is Sunshine Ordinance Task Force reconvening at 6:01 PM. On the call of the roll, all members are present, except for Member
Present.
Topel. And I'd just like to note that Member Adams is noted absent at this time.
Yep, and he will be for the rest of the meeting. All right, so as I indicated during item number 1, we are now going to call item number 19.
Yes, item number 19, file number 26015, complaint filed by Jason Gibbs against the San Francisco Library Commission for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 67.15 by failing to allow public comment for up to 3 minutes. On February 17, 2026, the complaint committee found the task force has jurisdiction and forwarded the matter to the full task force for consideration with no recommendation. I have the respondent online. I have made you a panelist. You have control of your mic. If you can just announce yourself, it would be appreciated.
Thank you.
Okay, great. We can hear you. Thank you.
What's your name, just for my records?
It's Margot Schaub.
Thank you. And we do have the petitioner in the room at this time.
Right here, Mr. Gibbs. Thank you for joining us. Okay, so now that we're moving on to our full complaints, let me just do a quick rundown on how these will work. So we will start with the petitioner, who will have 5 minutes to present their case orally, followed by the respondent for 5 minutes. I'm assuming neither of you have any witnesses okay, so we'll skip that part. What will then happen is the task force members may have some questions for you. Either the petitioner or the respondent will ask those questions. After our question and answer period is over, we'll move to rebuttals. That will start with the respondent for 3 minutes, and then the petitioner will end with 3 minutes if they would like to give a rebuttal. The matter will then be with the task force to deliberate. We'll decide how we want to proceed, make a motion, vote on it, take a public comment on that, and that is how the process will go. So I've asked everyone before they speak to wait for the go-ahead from our administrator so that he can set the clock. So with that, you will start, Mr. Gibbs, and our administrator will give you the go-ahead when he's ready.
You may begin.
Great, thank you. The core issue is how to interpret the words up to 3 minutes in the context of public comment at public meetings. Is this at the public's discretion or a commission's discretion? The answer appears to be a little bit of both. There was a 2005 lawsuit, Chafee versus the San Francisco Public Library Commission, that adjudicated this matter. The Library Commission prevailed, but the verdict was nuanced. The suit concluded that the duration of public comment may be lowered from 3 minutes as long as it is not done, and I quote here, unreasonably or arbitrarily, unquote. In the context of that case, reasonable was related to the meeting's anticipated duration. The commission president had announced at the beginning of the meeting that longer public comment would lengthen the meeting such that it could not be completed in a reasonable amount of time. In his testimony, the commission president stated that a normal meeting lasted from 2.5 to 3 hours. The commission had only asked to limit public comment when they anticipated that the length of the agenda could cause the meeting to last longer than 3 hours. Up until 2025, the default public comment duration for San Francisco Public Library meetings was 3 minutes. At the January 16, 2025 meeting, the Library Commission analyst, not the commission president, arbitrarily announced that public comment would be lowered to 2 minutes. This action was never stated or approved by any member of the Library Commission. The January 16, 2025 meeting turned out to be very brief, lasting only 1 hour and 24 minutes. Far short of 3 hours. Another meeting that year lasted only 58 minutes with a 2-minute public comment in force. The analyst has applied this unapproved and arbitrary action at every meeting since January 2025. The longest meeting of that year lasted only 2 hours and 19 minutes. The average length was 1 hour and 40 minutes. During the previous 2 years, when the 3-minute limit was followed, no meeting exceeded 3 hours. The longest meeting lasted 2 hours and 33 minutes. With this 3-minute limit, the average meeting in 2024 lasted only 1 hour and 39 minutes. The average meeting in 2023 lasted 2 hours and 9 minutes. You must wish your meetings were that short. The last time a Library Commission meeting exceeded 3 hours was in January 2019. In that case, the meeting lasted nearly 4 hours and the commission acted reasonably to limit public comment to 2 minutes. At your complaint committee meeting of February 17, the analyst for the Library Commission testified that the principal reason for shortening the public comment, and I quote her words, "a permanent person who comments on every agenda item," unquote. That strikes me as arbitrary. If this person stopped attending, would 3 minutes of comment be restored? You have to admit that the Library Commission meetings are fairly brief, especially compared to yours. The Commission's arbitrary and unreasonable time limitation has had nothing to do with finishing the Commission's business in a timely way. It has been applied to limit speech that they do not wish to hear. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's hear from the respondent then for up to 5 minutes.
Ms. Marco, you may begin when you're ready.
Okay, thank you so much. And thank you so much for hearing us at this time. I really appreciate it. Our bylaws state that the commission shall hold meetings open to the public and encourage the participation of interested persons. Each person wishing to speak on an agenda item before the commission shall be permitted to be heard once for up to 3 minutes. Admin Code 67.15C states, a commission may adopt reasonable regulations which the library posts on its monthly agenda and announces at each meeting to inform the public of any change in the public comment. Because it is at the discretion of the commission to have public comment of up to 3 minutes, we respectfully ask the task force to dismiss the complaint. Thank you. Happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you for joining us. And I neglected to have our committee give us a quick summary of this. So we typically do that as well before the parties present, but I will turn it over now to Complaint Chair Schmidt to give us a quick summary if he thinks we need to hear one for this.
Yeah, I don't think there's a lot of different issues here. I think it's about the bylaws, what they read. I think this is about section 67.15 of the Administrative Code, which has that language up to 3 minutes. What does that mean? I do also think that, however this case would go, would also apply to any situation where there's a limit that's below 3 minutes. So, we might be talking about a lot of different bodies, but this is our purview. Member Stein, anything else?
No, I mean, I concur with your summary of it. I guess we wanted to
Speak into the microphone.
I concur with your summary of it. I guess we wanted to bring it forward because, it did seem like in 67.15C, there's this idea that when you're limiting things to less than 3 minutes, maybe it's because you have too many people or you don't have enough time or something like that. Of course, it also seems to imply things are okay as long as limits are applied uniformly. But I guess the other question is it reasonable to just limit it if you otherwise don't need to limit it? And then I think the fact that it was in their bylaws that people would have up to 3 minutes, it just was like a little bit gray area for us. And so we wanted to send it to the full task force.
Sounds good. All right, thank you. All right, so with that, members, any questions for either Mr. Gibbs or Ms. Schaub? Member Kumar, go ahead.
This is a question for the the Library Commission. I just wanted to understand if that particular day you would have allowed comments up to 3 minutes. I mean, it was anyway a 3-hour long meeting. What would have, did you have like a lot of people who wanted public comment?
Not that I recall.
Then in that case, if it's just one person in a 3-hour meeting, 3 minutes, additional 3 minutes doesn't make a difference, right?
I don't understand your question. I'm so sorry. Can you say that again?
What I'm saying is if a meeting, even if it's 1 hour long, 2 hour long, 3 hours long, if there's just one person who wants to give a public comment, 3 minutes is not going to make a huge difference, right?
We have found that the 2-minute has made the meeting much more efficient.
Just one follow-up question. So on that particular day, when you, when the petitioner did try to speak up, where they stopped at the 2-minute mark?
We announce at the beginning of each meeting how long public comment will be. So nobody was cut off.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Okay. Any
Mr. Chair.
other, Member Wolf, go ahead.
Yeah, and also for the respondent, is this, when you announce how many minutes there will be for each person to speak at the beginning of your meetings, does that stay uniform throughout the meeting?
Yes.
And is that applied to every meeting, or do you change it every meeting?
At the beginning of each meeting, we announce how long public comment will be, and each public commenter has the same amount of time to speak.
Okay, let me rephrase that. Is every meeting the same amount of time?
The same amount of time for public comment?
Yes,
Yes.
for each commenter. So how long has it been that it's been 2 minutes?
I think Mr. Gibbs, I don't know the exact date. Mr. Gibbs mentioned it in his comments.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Okay, not seeing any other hands. Go ahead and move to rebuttals with each side for 3 minutes, and we will start with the respondent.
I have nothing further to add.
Okay. Mr. Gibbs, you can have up to 3 minutes if you'd like.
If we take the point of view of the analyst of the Library Commission, 3 minutes means nothing. It says 3 minutes, but they don't intend to ever apply 3 minutes. Whereas what this lawsuit has shown, and it could probably be relitigated, I guess, that yes, you can limit public comment if the agenda is long and cumbersome, but they have not had a long meeting in more than like 7 years. And so it's basically, maybe it's sufficient for them, but it certainly flies in the face of encouraging the public to participate if that is their stated goal. I'm dubious that that actually is their goal, but they state it in the bylaws, and they also state the number 3 minutes. When you lower it to 2 minutes, why not a minute and a half? Why not 30 seconds? Again, it has to be reasonable, and I think it's within the context of the entire meeting, how long it will take. And if they allowed people to speak that extra minute, it might only add 5 to 10 minutes to the total length of their meeting, which is not a great sacrifice to make in the notion of encouraging the public to participate. So thank you for considering this.
Thank you. Member Kumar.
Yeah, so a couple of comments. There are a couple of things that I'm pondering about with this particular case is, will now all departments start reducing the time for public comment? Like, how does this happen? How do they go about it? Is it even allowed? B, we need to know when they started doing this, because the transparency part of it is what is giving me the ick, if I may put it that way. I need to know when it started. And number 3, honestly, if they don't have many people in public, I mean, if you have like 20 people in public comment, I still understand. If you don't have anybody, or you just have 1 or 2 people, 3 minutes is honestly not a lot. It doesn't really increase the time of the meeting. I mean, if the meeting is for an hour, if you stay on 6 minutes longer, I don't think anybody's missing the part. So just wanted to put it out there.
Just for the record, I think January 2025 was what Mr. Gibbs said. That's when it began. So there you go.
Member Lewis.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about being sort of in the spirit of the provision in the ordinance. I think as Member Kumar said, the idea is if there are a lot of people who want to make public comment, then you reduce it. But by just setting a new standard, judgment is not being applied in each situation. And so I think all it serves to do is make shorter meetings and kind of arbitrarily. And I am concerned about people not operating in the spirit of the ordinance, which is to give as much as possible up to 3 minutes. not just setting an arbitrary ceiling, which could be set at 30 seconds or 45 seconds if we said this was okay.
As a child who really struggled with timing, especially when I was giving speeches, like, hey, you need to stop here. I have to say this, all of my best thoughts came in the last minute. So if I'm stopped at 2 minutes, I probably would. I mean, I cannot expect everybody in the public to become armed with whatever points they have to say. A lot of people collect their thoughts as they go. So that additional 1 minute does make a lot of difference, especially in a competitive context. Over here, it's more like, it's like the department is just asking you to compete, like you have 2 minutes and you have to finish, and that it seems a competition to me. So,
Sure.
Member Wolf, go ahead.
Yeah, so I appreciate the sentiment around the table here, but it's not really for us to rationalize. Question is there a violation or not? And this task force has held time and time again that as long as a meeting body or a chair sets the time per speaker to be a certain amount, that must remain uniform throughout the rest of the meeting. And the way the ordinance reads, it can be actually a total amount of time that they may give for public comment, which would limit how many people would have a chance to speak. Now, if you've ever been to a budget meeting in the building, you've seen people standing in line going all the way around in the hallway, the entire building. It takes a very long time, and they do limit the amount of time down to sometimes 1 minute. But people figure out strategies when they're in groups together. Everybody will have like a 1 sentence, talking point, and then you have 50 people lined up, all to speak for 1 minute or so. So, I struggle with this one. I agree with Member LaHood's point and perspective. I think that's a good perspective. Is there a violation based on spirit? Are they following their own bylaws? I don't know if that's in our purview or not. The question is whether there's a violation of the ordinance. And it's actually the ordinance that has the enhancement of the Brown Act. So, so the ordinance is what we're going to be focusing on. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Wolf. I have Member San Girardi and then Member Sugarman. Oh, sorry. Member Sherman, go ahead.
Just to look at specifically what Member Wolf just said about like the budget meeting. In this particular instance, I remember asking about if there were any circumstances that made it necessary to limit this speaker, and now listening to this more, any other speaker on, on this meeting or any other one. And from what I recall, there wasn't. So for me, that was kind of the thing. It was like, well, yeah, if there are 50 people who are lined up out the door, then, and we were hearing that case, and it would make sense to me that they were limiting people and how long they were speaking. But I'm with Member Kumar, at least in this instance. I do actually think that like it could extend a meeting longer, depending on how like the meeting and how many like items there are and how much public comment there is. But like in this instance, it doesn't seem like it would have if they were allowed to speak for 3 minutes at a time.
Member Schmidt?
I'm looking at 6715C and the 4 words up to 3 minutes. That's a law that was put in place. It may be inconvenient to certain bodies, to certain people, but that is the law that we have here today. Now, we may, sort of talk about, oh, well, maybe the law really means something else. Maybe the law should be something else. I'm just trying to struggle with up to 3 minutes. I can see that you could read that. Well, we can say that it doesn't exist, but if it does exist, what could it mean? Well, one, and I don't think it means this, is that there's a limit, like you can't allow people to go over 3 minutes, or you can't have a public comment over 3 minutes. I don't think that's anyone's going to argue that that's what it means. So the second possible meaning is that a body can set a limit and, you know, govern fairly, et cetera, et cetera. 2 minutes, 1 minute, 30 seconds, 5 seconds, anything they want, up to 3 minutes, because that language might allow them to do that. The third is, and this is really pretty much the way I feel I have to look at this law, is this is up to 3 minutes that the law says that a person is allowed for an item. And I believe that it's up to the speaker themselves to determine how long they want to speak, up to 3 minutes. And I think that any other reading here, it basically just eliminates that language that was put into law by the voters.
I concur.
Member Schmidt, thank you. Anyone else? Before you go again, Member Wolf, I'll give my thoughts real quickly. I'm kind of along the lines, I think, of what Member Kumar, Member Lippert said. I mean, the way, and I agree with Member Schmidt that it's a kind of an awkwardly worded part, and it really could be tightened up a lot better. But I've always kind of interpreted this myself as that it's almost like a default 3 minutes, that they want to speak up to 3 minutes by default. But that can be reduced if it's if a policy body adopts reasonable regulations, right? There's a reason for making it shorter. I think Member Wolf's point about the budget meeting, for instance, is a great example where you have hundreds of people waiting to get public comment. I think that'd be something I think everyone would consider as a reasonable regulation to maybe move that down to 2 or 1 minute. But I'm not sure it just lets a board set whatever they want as long as it's between 0 and 3 minutes, because I think as Member Schmidt pointed out, it could be 5 seconds. I mean, and I don't think anyone would think that that's reasonable to say public comments only to be 5 seconds if there's particularly only 1 or 2 people there. I don't see how that's reasonable. And so unfortunately, I kind of feel that this is one of those cases that you almost have to take by case basis, because the law is written in a rather flimsy way that doesn't give better guidance. And so in this particular matter, I do find it kind of compelling, the testimony by Mr. Gibbs, that these are not long meetings, that they aren't dealing with 50 speakers. And I'm not sure it's really reasonable to reduce it below I call it like the base 3 minutes. That's kind of where I'm at. I had Member Wolf first and then Member Kumar, Vice Chair Stein. Did that work?
Sure.
Okay. Member Wolf.
Okay, thank you. So my head's not made of concrete, and I'm willing to think about things in a different way. I concur with Member Schmidt's kind of perspective and interpretation of this, and I agree. I actually, having come through to the task force, at my first years, everything was always 3 minutes, and then chairs began to challenge that because they saw the line in the ordinance that said that they could limit the total amount of time allocated for public testimony and for each individual speaker. Okay, that's the very first line. Okay, so but that is specific for particular issues, not the whole meeting. And that's just in black and white right there. So I'm willing to go back to my original thinking, and that for particular issues, there could be, let's say, like for the budget on one item, they could, if they've got 50 people that want to speak, they could say, okay, we're going to allot 30 minutes. We've got 50 people. Everybody gets 45 seconds each, or something like that. You know, and that's the way it would work on a particular issue, okay, which should be noted in the agenda that that's the way it's going to go, so people know what to expect. But I think for every other general meeting, I agree with Member Schmidt's interpretation that 3 minutes is 3 minutes is 3 minutes. Okay, and a person can limit themselves for as long as they want to speak, whether it's for 10 seconds or for 3 minutes. It's up to them to self-regulate, and then that needs to be applied uniformly to members of the public who wish to testify. So I'll stop there.
Member Kumar, then Vice Chair Stein.
So I feel in this case, the what and the how is easily answered, like what they're doing, how they're doing it. So that's probably not where, Member Wolf is also not seeing the violation. But when we dig into the why, and I also took a look at the Brown Act, in that, if the First Amendment Coalition actually had a question on this in September 2025, and it said that, restrictions on speech are typically upheld if they are deemed reasonable and viewpoint neutral. So if we dig into the why here, their why doesn't make any sense, that we function better if public comment is reduced to 2 minutes. What is the public saying that's making you feel so disturbed that you can't function? I don't find that a reasonable explanation. And I think based on the why, we can definitely find a violation.
Vice Chair Stein.
Yeah, the part that kind of seems really pertinent to me too is this idea that under Section C of 6715, that you can adopt the regulations to ensure the intent of certain other subdivisions, right? And that's actually a bit more than the spirit too. It's the intent of those subdivisions. And if you look at it, the intent of subdivisions A and B is to give members of the public an opportunity to directly address a body, or to directly address the body about particular proposed actions, right? It's not, you can have reasonable regulations to make just simply your meeting shorter. It's reasonable regulations to ensure that the intent of those subdivisions is met. So if you don't have many speakers there and you have this clause of up to 3 minutes, I would think that it would be reasonable to limit that if you were getting more speakers in, or if you had a long item or something like that. But it doesn't become reasonable if what you're doing is contrary to the intent of A and B, and not really serving any purpose with respect to public testimony, other than to shorten your meetings.
Member Lahed?
I just want to echo Member Stein, and I think the intent is to make it more convenient for members of the public if lots of them show up, not to make it more convenient for the committee members who want shorter meetings.
So do we have a motion from someone?
I move to find a violation of 6715C for not allowing speakers up to 3 minutes as per the ordinance and their own bylaws.
Okay, so moved by Member Wolf, seconded by Member Kumar. May just make a suggestion to that motion, at least something I feel uncomfortable with in that motion, is just the statement about further bylaws. We've kind of not ruled on bylaws before. I think just keeping it to the sunshine ordinance is sufficient. I'd rather not take a vote on someone's bylaws.
Okay, sure.
Member Sanjay?
If a motion is being made, then for the violation, can the motion include the exact justification for why we are saying that this is a violation?
That's better.
I think that's even better if we do that, particularly in this instance. Maybe you could
get some suggested.
Because I definitely have
yeah, so you have some ideas.
I mean, no, I'm like, I see that they're like, is it a reasonable regulation? Is it equally applied? Right? Regardless of, like, we are not able to actually ascertain intent in this moment. So going by the letter of it, it sounds like the authority is given to, the discretion is given to the leader of any of these public bodies to determine how long each, like the collective amount of time given for public comment, and then it equally divided so that each individual has the exact same amount of time as one another. regardless of whether or not it's not like 2 minutes or 3 minutes. 3 minutes itself is arbitrary. The Sunshine Ordinance, when it passed, they said 3 minutes, but there's no data to describe why 3 minutes was better than 4 or 5 or 2 or 1, right? They arbitrarily decided 3. So the question of length here is like whether or not that was arbitrarily decided or not, I think kind of falls a little flat. So the question is like, is it a reasonable regulation? I think it might be. And does the chair have the authority based off of the Sunshine Ordinance? They do. So I'm having a hard time, like, I'm not saying that I like the decision necessarily that they made about regulating it and how they regulated it, but it does feel like they have the authority for that, and that they can allow for up to 3 minutes.
May I respond?
Go ahead, Member Wolf.
Yeah, so if you look at the ordinance itself, 6715 paragraph C.
Yeah.
Okay, the first sentence has a very specific word in it, particular issues. Okay, which means that they would be somewhat outstanding. Not the whole agenda, but particular issues on the agenda that would be kind of a special case where a total amount of time allocated would be determined, and how much time for each speaker within that amount of time. So that's one case scenario. But in all other ways, the following sentence is that each policy body shall adopt a rule providing for people to speak and shall be permitted to be heard once for up to 3 minutes. That is the law. So it's not arbitrary whether it be 4 or 5. It's 3 minutes. It's not 3 minutes and 10 seconds or 2 minutes and 90 seconds. It's 3 minutes, and it's up to the person speaking to self-regulate how much time up to that 3 minutes they want to speak.
May I ask a follow-up question to you?
Sure.
If that's the case, would that imply that during a meeting that the chair has the discretion to decide if one specific issue of public comment in a meeting has less time, like for each individual, than every other item on the agenda?
Well, it has to be done uniformly. So generally that is generally decided before the meeting begins and announced, or it's described on the agenda that this item, due to its controversial or nature or what have you, we will only allow like 30 minutes of total time for public comment. And depending upon how many people there are in the room, we'll allocate, up to a minute each or something like that. Usually they have a good idea how that is because they've been having these meetings on and on and on and on. So they have a good idea how to regulate. The chairs have an idea how to regulate. But that's kind of how that works. They can't make changes in the middle of a meeting. That would be inappropriate. That's where the word uniformly comes in. I don't know if somebody else has a different interpretation, but that's the way I see it.
I mean, I'll jump in here real briefly. Number one, just to the point about the 3 minutes, that's actually brought from the Brown Act. So that wasn't the Sunshine Ordinance that made it up. Granted, it's still made up in state law, yeah, but that wasn't San Francisco that arbitrarily came up with that. But I see the question you're posing, but I think that at least in 6715C, the term reasonable regulations is something. And so I for better or for worse, I think there's a level of subjectivity here that the law introduces. I don't necessarily like when it introduces a level of subjectivity, and we've seen this on on certain occasions where they use may instead of shall do things, and then when it uses may, okay, now it's subjective. But it is what it is, right? So I'm interpreting it just personally as that essentially 3 minutes is the default, and if you want to adopt regulations to further restrict that, they have to be reasonable. And then as members Kumar and LaHood noted, to ensure, and Vice Chair Stein as well, to ensure the intent of subsections A and B are carried out, right? And I haven't heard anything in this particular matter about why they need to do it to ensure the intent of subsection A or B. I haven't heard any discussion about why they felt this was reasonable, that there were, let's say, 10 people, or that even the room had to be used by another body afterwards. I mean, it's basically just that we felt that 2 minutes sounds better than 3. I'm not sure that rises to the level, even admitting that there is some level of subjectivity. I just don't think that it meets that level to me, of being reasonable. It just seems to be arbitrary more than reasonable. So I'm personally inclined to support the motion put forward by Member Wolf for that reason. Maybe we could have a rereading of the motion just and then move to public comments. See no further hands.
Yes, the motion moved by Member Wolf, seconded by Member Kumar to find that the San Francisco Public Library Commission violated Administrative Code Section 67.15C by failing to provide up to 3 minutes for public comment on each agenda item.
Okay. Let's go, Member LaHood.
Just to be clear, should we amend it to say when there was not a clear reason?
That might be good, just so it doesn't look like we're setting a new
Right.
standard that says you can never do it, but just with, because in this instance,
It was set as an overarching rule applied. They reduced it for all times without looking at individual. They, as I said before, they didn't apply judgment to each case. They just said, wouldn't it be easier if we just did it for 2 minutes?
Right. So maybe something along the lines of absent a reasonable standard being met, or
Absent a clear reason to reduce speaking time to accommodate more public comment, to accommodate a greater number of commenters. That's not only.
I would like to add a clap emoji.
Okay. All right. I agree with that. I accept that into the motion. I see enough nodding heads around the table. If the seconder would agree.
You're okay with that? Okay. And Victor, you caught that?
I just want to clarify, as that went pretty fast. The addition to the motion, absent of a clear reason to reduce speaker time for cause. Or,
Absent A, yeah.
what was the last part?
Just cut up absent A clear reason.
For cause. Absent
Yeah.
reason. Absent a clear reason to reduce speaker time for cause.
I'm just gonna say, I was gonna vote for the motion, but with that proviso, I think that I'm probably gonna vote against it just because I don't believe that that was something that they had the ability to do. I'm an absolutist on this myself. And so respectfully, I like the motion as it was first stated, but I'm going to be voting against it.
Member Wolf, did you have something?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, should some sort of directive or assertion be made to the commission to change their method?
Well, we can't issue orders, unfortunately, for public records thing. Obviously, or for public meetings issues, right? Obviously, I think that's something we need to clean up in the ordinance. But
Would we say something like and urge them to make the appropriate adjustment? Something like that.
Member Sandroti?
If we're creating an objective standard by which we can interpret this moving forward, maybe we say in this instance, though we don't like it, we think that they did act reasonably, but we think moving forward, a specific acknowledgement of the reason why time is being reduced needs to be, there needs to be an explicit mention of why time is being reduced. Are we allowed to do that?
And we could suggest that should time be shortened below 3 minutes in the future, that the Library Commission give a reasonable explanation of why it is doing so,
Yeah.
or urge them to, yeah, something along those lines.
So that it's not like getting them in trouble for doing something they didn't know that they were doing wrong. And it's just setting a clearer standard for how they should operate moving forward.
Well, I think the motion is to find a violation for the past.
Okay.
And then provide guidance for the future as well.
Which would be applied not just to this commission, but all commissions.
All
Like,
commissions, right.
if we're saying
Yeah.
that this is how we think it.
Yeah, I think what I'm hearing from everyone is that we're trying to say that if you're going to make it less than 3 minutes, you have to give a reason for doing so. You can't just arbitrarily do it, just say it's going to be today, it's going to be 1 minute, and that's just because, right? That you have to explain. We have a lot of people here today, we're going to have to lower it to 2 minutes, or, you know,
Our
commissioners
agenda
will leave in
we
2
have,
minutes.
we have 30 items on the
Okay,
agenda. We
right.
need to reduce it.
Right,
Yeah.
that there be some explanation. I don't think that's a high bar for any commission across. They need to do so. And it sets the expectation, shows they gave it some level of consideration and judgment. I think that's certainly something that's reasonable.
It's not just an explanation, it's an explanation that is in accord with the intent of allowing public testimony.
So what's a good way to phrase that for
A reasonable justification.
yeah, maybe and urge the library commission to provide a reasonable justification
Changes.
of any changes to public comment time going forward. Does that work? Would you be okay with that, Member Wolf?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay, did you catch that, Mr. Young?
Give me 1 moment and I'll try to repeat it.
Member Schmidt, is that more in line with your thinking?
I don't think that's gonna really alter what my thinking is on this one. Because I think partly because I agree with Chair Yankee that the language is 6715 is not optimal. And yet, you know, one thing I think when you have ambiguity that we need to do is to interpret things in favor of the public as opposed to the agencies. And so I think that I'm not sure if I believe that regulations that are reasonable, I know the language is in here about reasonable regulations, but my reading is that the up to 3 minutes language is not subverted to the reasonable regulations. And I think it's a separate requirement. And so that's why I don't know if I can support, because to me that the way it's stated, and I don't mind being the dissenter on this, but the way the motion's stated, to me, it invites, it sort of gives the invitation that, okay, well, come up with something reasonable, and, you know, if it's reasonable, if it's justified, then you can do something shorter. And so we get into a lot of gray area. And I'm hesitant about really getting into that. So I'd probably still be a no vote myself.
Mr. Young, what do you have?
Okay, we have the motion finding the violation. And then in addition to that, below it, I stated that SOTF urges the Library Commission provide justification when reducing speaker time below 3 minutes.
Does that sound good to everyone? Member Wolf? Okay. All right. I'm getting a nod from Member Wolf, so I think that's the motion we're gonna go with.
Yes.
Yeah, because we're going on 45 minutes on this item now. So let's open this up to public comment, and then we'll take a vote afterwards.
Yes, members of the public who wish to make public comment on this matter may approach the podium at this time. If you're online with us, you can press *3 on the telephone to raise your hand. Otherwise, you can use the application to raise your hand, indicate you would like to make public comment. I do not have any hands raised at this time.
Okay, we can close public comment and take the vote on this motion.
Yes, on this motion, Member Wolf,
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Member Kumar.
Aye.
Kumar, aye. Member Schmidt.
Nay.
Schmidt, nay. Member LaHood.
Aye.
LaHood, aye. Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Sugarman, aye. Member Anderson. Anderson, aye. Member Highland.
Nay.
Highland, no. Nay. Topel, absent. Member San Girardi.
No.
San Girardi, nay. Vice Chair Stein.
Aye.
Stein, aye. Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Yankee, aye. That motion passes with 7 ayes and 3 noes, with member Schmidt, Highland, and San Girardi voting no, and member Pilpil being absent.
Okay, thank you to the parties for joining us this evening. Okay, now, let's see where we at. We will go on to item
16?
16 was continued, so we are now on item.
Oh, we need to take that action officially. We just said we were going to continue.
Well, they had agreed. There's no action. They,
okay.
they had, if they administratively agreed beforehand, the request was made timely within 5 days. The response didn't come from the respondent until then, but they were told not to come to the meeting. So
Okay.
it was essentially pulled from the agenda after it was posted.
Give me a moment. Is this going to the next meeting?
I don't recall what the email said.
We'll just take to the call of the chair.
Was it April?
April 1st.
Yeah. So what we'll do now is we'll do, just so it's everyone's on board, we're gonna do item 17, then number 18. Then we'll go back to where we left off and we'll do items 7 and 8. Then it will be items 20, 21, and 22 and 23. So that's
And somebody else is driving.
That sounds very logical.
yeah. Okay, so that's the plan going forward. So item 17.
Item number 17. 247. Sorry for the delays. I'm trying to log the times each item starts. Item number 17, file number 25033, Jordair Gaines against the San Francisco Municipal Transportation Agency for allegedly violating Administrative Code, Section 67.21 by failing to respond to a public records request in a timely and/or complete manner. Just reading the notes. I believe on 11/18/25, the complaint committee found that the task force has jurisdiction. Requested records are public and refer the matter to full task force with no recommendation. I believe this matter was scheduled on 12/3/25. The matter was closed but reopened, and the matter was reopened. And before the full task force at this time.
Okay, so let's make sure that we have the parties available to us. So if you are one of the parties to this and in our online community, if you could please raise your hand and we will promote you to panelist. Again, this is for item number 17. This would be Mr. Gaines and someone from the SFMTA.
I believe I have made the relevant parties panelists. If you don't mind announcing yourself, it would be appreciated.
Okay, so parties, you should be able to. Yes, you are.
Mr. Gaines.
Mr. Gaines, right? We can hear you. And the other party is?
Caroline Salaya for the SFMTA.
Thank you, Ms. Salaya, for joining us. Okay, before we get started, I'm going to turn this over to, let's see, where this come out from. Last was heard in complaints. So does anyone from complaints want to give us a quick update about what you folks found and what we should take a look at in this matter?
Yeah, we were the ones who did the decision on this, although I guess there's some notes about it moving around. in various ways. But yeah, we did not make a recommendation. The case is it's a 6721 document request. There's several categories of documents. There's a lot of sort of sub-issues about the response to various items. It seems that some of the response items are fine. Some are more well subject to our decision. There may also be some timing issues. Potentially, some of the privileges, I'm sorry, exemptions are also at issue here. I don't think there's anything else I can really give in terms of insight. Members of the committee, anything else on this one?
Okay, so I think we're ready to get going on this one. Each side, like the last hearing, will have 5 minutes to present. We will start with the petitioner, and please wait for our administrator before you begin.
Yes, Mr. Gaines, you may begin.
The SFMTA, through Carolina Selena, failed to comply with both the Sunshine Ordinance and the explicit directive issued by the Education, Outreach, and Training EOT Committee at the September 23rd, 2025 hearing. During that hearing, the EOT Committee ordered SFMTA to provide a clear point-by-point response addressing each item contained in PRR 246646. As reflected in the meeting minutes, instead of complying with that directive, SFMTA submitted a very disorganized and internally inconsistent timeline. That document is contradictory on its face. It states that PRR 246646 was closed on November 26, 2024, yet the agency continued uploading records and sending communication after the date. It should be noted that I received additional items on March 3rd, 2026 at 11:17 a.m. about this complaint record. A public record request cannot logically be marked closed while the agency is still actively producing materials, and the contradiction alone demonstrates a fundamental breakdown in the agency's handling of the request. In addition, the timeline submitted by SFMTA does not correspond to the actual categories contained in my original request. The materials they uploaded included some citations, abandoned vehicle standard operating procedures, a Jamestown spreadsheet, training materials, and redacted complaint documents. But none of those are mapped to any of the 9 specific items requested in PRR 246646. At no point did SFMTA even identify which document corresponded to which requested item. There is no statement in the agency's submission indicating things like, for example, or that's a particular document satisfied, or that particular document satisfies item 1 or item 2, or any other part of the request. Instead, documents were uploaded without explanation or a connection to the request itself, making it virtually impossible to even determine whether the request was even fulfilled. This approach violates Sunshine Ordinance 67.21E, which requests agencies to provide clear and complete response to public record requests. Because PRR 246646 was prematurely and erroneously closed without being fulfilled, I was forced to file additional requests, including PRR 247089, PRR 247047, and PRR 247048. even after narrowing the scope of PRR 247089 to make my request even more clear, SFMTA again failed to provide a point-by-point response or even identify which records corresponded to which requested items. Critical records still remain outstanding, including an audio recording referenced in my original request and complete copies of all citations issued to me. The spreadsheet that was eventually produced covered only May 2023 through November 2024. And that does not constitute as a complete record. I'm still waiting on citations issued to me that were given to me of the year of 2020, 2021, and 2022. This situation is not the result of any failure on my part. Rather, it reflects a consistent pattern of SFMTA's ignoring direct committee directives, prematurely closing a request, and failing to produce the records required under the Sunshine Ordinance.
Thank you. Time has expired. Ms. Laya, you may begin.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity to respond to the complaint. I do need to put a bit of a slight disclaimer here. The main lead person on this item was unable to attend due to a death in the family, and so I'm stepping in. I briefly met with the individual as they were out of state to review basically the timeline of how everything occurred, and I have reviewed the request, and yesterday I did ensure that the records were released to the public. The records were originally released back in 2024, December 2nd. That was the last time that records were released on this request. They were re-released in December of 2025, and then again yesterday, just to ensure that they were indeed visible to everyone, not just the requester, but to everyone. Hello?
We can hear you.
Okay, no, I heard somebody speaking, I didn't know. Anyway, getting back to, sorry, I'll turn off by that. The response that we provided, initially, I do admit we did not provide a response because it was difficult to ascertain exactly what the complaint was. There were, as the complainant mentioned, various requests submitted, so we weren't sure exactly which one he was referencing, and so we did determine which one, and at one of the meetings, we were asked to provide a point-by-point explanation, and we did so. It very clearly states what the request was and the reasons why some records were withheld. Those were for personnel records that are confidential. And then there is a complete list stating items 1 through 10 of all of the records that were released and what they correspond to. And also, when we had no responsive records, that was stated as well. And so we did meet the ask of the committee, and so we are confident that all records have been provided.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Laya. All right, members, do we have any questions for either party? Member Schmidt, go ahead.
Yeah, just one question to Mr. Gaines. You have said that you believe the production should have specified which documents pertain to which numbers of your requests. I'm wondering, why you think that that's something that's an obligation of the agency here to clarify for a document which of your request numbers it responds to.
Okay, so can you hear me?
Yes.
So according to Sunshine Ordinance 67.21E, it requests agencies to provide a clear and complete response to the public records. So if I itemize my public record 1 through 9, and then they're emailing me items answering 4 without saying this answer, this response answers number 4, that's not clear. And the things they're providing don't even acknowledge what I'm requesting. So it appears that they're just trying to overwhelm the requester by providing generic public records. And it's not clear, and therefore it's not complete.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, we'll move on to rebuttals then. So we'll start with the respondent for 3 minutes and then the petitioner for up to 3 minutes.
Ms. Snell, you have 3 minutes for rebuttals if you'd like to make one.
Ms. Zelaya, did you have a rebuttal for us? If you're speaking.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought
There you go.
that Gaines went first, but
We go in
is it
reverse the
my turn?
rebuttals. Yep, goes in
Okay,
reverse.
that's great. That's fine. That makes total sense. So we don't have a practice of responding to each item when it's itemized. We've checked with our city attorneys, and we've been told that there's nothing in the ordinance that says that we're required to do so. And so we don't have a habit of doing so. We provide documents as soon as they become available. But we did, in our response to the committee, itemize everything. So that does indeed exist and is now out there. So we hope that that helped. But I suppose that that's pretty much all that I have to add at this time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We appreciate that. Mr. Gaines, you'll have up to 3 minutes.
Okay, so under the California Public Records Act, an agency cannot just throw documents at a requester and say, here you go. The law requires them to determine whether they process the records responsive to the request and to communicate that clearly. That was not done by SFMTA. They never communicated that determination clearly. That determination also has to be specific to the request itself. If my request contains like multiple numbered items, then logically the determination has to be addressed. Then logically the determination has to address each item individually, because each item is a separate category of request. Otherwise I have no way of really knowing whether they even searched for the item, whether the record exists, whether the record was withheld. They're just providing generic information, and they're still not fulfilling the record in a complete matter. There's still material, there's still items that are missing from my original request, such as all citations issued to me. I'm still waiting for that. I'm still waiting for the audio of any complaints that my car got, that my car received. I have not received any audio. This request is still outdated, and SFMTA has not followed the law accordingly.
Okay, thank you. All right, members, how do we want to go forward on this one? Over the hood? Let's start things off.
Well, can I still ask questions?
Yeah, we can still ask.
Okay. Or maybe just to make sure we're all on the same page. So I'm looking at page 168, where I see, I think, what Mr. Gaines was asking for, which is the records responding to each of the itemized requests, right?
I found that as well.
Yeah, okay. So I just want to make sure everyone saw that. So it does seem like there are responsive records that were sent for specific categories. And then there were a couple of places where they said no responsive records. So I guess when may I ask, Ms. Falaya, when was that list delivered to the task force and to Mr. Gaines?
I see that it was sent in an email. It looks like on Thursday, November 13th, 2025.
So this is an attachment to the email above. Sometimes it's hard to even tell within our own packets. I didn't know if that was sent separately. Thank you.
Okay, for the record, member Pell is present at 7:07 p.m. Deliberations, but I think you could.
Why don't I wait until the next?
Right. Okay, so member Pell is not present yet. Okay. Okay.
I just wanted to clarify. So I guess to members, obviously this came in much later, but do we understand that has the request been satisfied then?
Right. I think that's, I guess I have a question to that point as well, follow up on Ms. Salaya. So the files that you know, and number one, I really do appreciate you taking the time to go through that itemized list and respond point by point. I think that is very helpful for us. So my question is, were these all files that you had previously provided to Mr. Gaines, or were they provided at a later date, let's say, as part of you compiling this list here? Or was just basically just you indexing, so to speak, for lack of a better term, for us, all the documents that you had previously given to him?
That is indeed correct. It was just the itemization that the committee had asked for, but they were initially provided to the requester back in November, December of 2024.
Okay, gotcha. So it wasn't like this, some of these were provided a year later or anything like that?
That is correct, indeed.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, I guess I'll start the discussion then. I think that there's little we can do at this point. I think records have been turned over. It sounds like they were turned over pretty much timely. It wasn't like they waited until we got involved months later.
It's not complete.
Okay, I'm going to do a reminder that I always do, is that we on the task force are very good about respecting members of the public time when they're addressing us. We do not interrupt you, and we ask for the same respect and courtesy when we're speaking. So please do not interrupt any of us. Okay, so with that being said, I think SFMTA did a pretty good job here of itemizing and sorting this out in a way that we could start to understand, since there were a lot of pieces to this records request and a lot of documents turned over. And it looks like when there were not documents turned over, they were either said they weren't responsive, or I think for one of them, they even indicated they were with a different department and directed the person to that department, which I think fulfills the requirements of 6721C to provide advice. So I'm not seeing much here violation wise. But that's my take on it.
Ditto.
I mean, man.
Remember the
So looking at these one by one, I mean, when they say no responsive records, our assumption is, okay, they didn't find anything. But this one, number 6, employee misconduct investigation guidelines. It says documentation of SFMTA's guidelines and procedural standards for investigating employee misconduct. And it says no responsive records. I guess a question might be, Ms. Salaya, what kinds of records do you have, or what kinds of internal documents do you have related to your procedures for employee misconduct?
Hi, I was just unmuted, sorry. So because this lived almost entirely in our enforcement division, they were the ones that provided most of the responses. And so I don't know that they have any different than what we sort of have, I guess, in HR. And I don't think that HR was included, and I don't know that they actually responded to that particular item. I'm looking at it now and I'm not seeing that. They were asked to provide records, and I'm not seeing, it's a very long list of so that could be one where the person responding didn't have the records. And I don't know that HR responded to that. They were queried and they were asked to provide the responsive record, and I don't know that they did. They marked their task complete. So yeah, that it doesn't look like staff provided that.
I think to follow up on Member LaHood's question, which I think was a good question here. How many pieces of this public records request in total were divided amongst, I don't know what you call them, divisions, departments within SFMTA? Yeah. And how many of those divisions, departments, whatever, were you relying on to respond back to you or whomever was compiling the final response with records? I mean, was it just HR, or were there perhaps finance, IT? I don't know how many.
Yeah, no, the majority of it we know because it referenced an employee in a particular division. The majority was within that division, but then also HR was involved, as well as some of these definitely would live in that division. And part of it had to do with citations. So there was that subdivision. So there was about 2 main divisions and 2 subdivisions. So 4 total, 4 people were listed to respond.
And it sounds like we're not sure HR turned over necessarily all the documents. Are you sure that the other ones did also, or might there be, and I'm not saying there are, this isn't an accusation, but I'm just questioning whether there could potentially be outstanding documents from any of the other divisions or subdivisions.
No, I understand, and I appreciate that. I'm certain that the other 2 divisions were thorough, because I know that that employee isn't here anymore, but his boss still is. And I recall going back and forth with those persons. So I know that the citations piece, when they marked theirs done, I knew they were done. And then the enforcement piece also had a huge amount to review, to respond. And I know that they also were thorough. So I know that those 2 were definitely thorough. And I think it was just the HR piece that may have been a little lax in their response here. I'm trying to scroll down and see, there's just so much communication that the system that we used doesn't make it terribly easy for me to see what their response was and when they closed it. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, I'm not seeing when they did that.
Well, while she's looking, good catch, Member LaHood.
I think there's another one
that
related. Yeah.
Is a pretty clear, I don't see how they couldn't have.
And number 10 sort of, which is the conflict of interest one too. It seems like there should be
Yeah.
a department policy on that.
Yeah, that was going to be my follow-up as well, as along with the one that Member Hood flagged, were there any other ones that HR was potentially involved in? Now, like maybe 10, but were they, I mean, maybe 9? Could maybe be 7? Yeah, I mean, do you know which ones were sent over for HR to weigh in on?
They are usually always, they know what's, so the way that the next request system works is that when the requester submits their request, I review it and then hand it over or ask the divisions to provide responsive records for their section. So when they look at it, they know what's in their section and what isn't. And so it looks like what they provided was the training records. And I'm thinking that let's see, you said it was, which, 6. Yeah, I have a sense that they didn't read this carefully and didn't do item 6.
Do you think the other ones are okay? Like, for instance, 10 that talks about conflict of interest policies and investigations. And it might be that there are no response. I'm not saying there aren't, but are you sure that they really meant that there are no responsive records, for instance? Or I think was it?
Yeah, I don't believe we have anything like that. I think that's why staff said that we don't have anything.
Okay, but it sounds like there's a fairly good likelihood that number 6 may have been accidentally skipped over. Is that what I'm hearing?
And I think that is the only one where we're saying we have no records. I think that is the only one that might be the case.
How about 10? I think she said 10. No, how about
conflict of interest?
Yeah, I think you said there were none for 10. How about 7 and 9? And again, I'm not saying there necessarily are responsive records, just if you can confirm that that's really what HR or whomever said to you.
I believe 7 is accurate, that there are no responsive records for that. And then what was the other one? 9?
9, yeah, transparency and disclosure of investigation findings. Policies on transparency and public or party-specific disclosure of investigation outcomes.
Yeah, I don't know that we have responsive records for that.
Okay. All right, so it sounds like we're kind of focused on number 6 then.
That seems correct.
Okay. So members, maybe we could find a violation for not timely turning over records under 6721B in response to, item number 6. On the flip side, that could be a premature finding to make. It sounds like SFMTA HR hasn't said one way or the other. I mean, there may be records, there may not be records.
Do we need more information? Do we need to continue?
That's what I'm saying. Do we need to, I mean, I really, we have so many people trying to get on our calendars. I don't want to continue if we don't absolutely have to, but maybe this is a situation when we do, and we just reopen it for discussion on our next agenda in a very, very narrow point on item number 6. And maybe we frame the motion that way, that we continue it specifically to rule on item number 6. I'm trying to suggest, I just don't want to take another, and we've been on this one for a half hour. Don't want to take another half hour on our next agenda. But that might be the way we have to do it. Any thoughts?
I could see going ahead and finding the violation based on what we've learned here in from the parties, which is that, well, I think it's probably evident to all of us that they would have the kind of documents that are described at number 6. I mean, it's, I guess it seems like common sense that they would have it. We also heard that part of the request was sent over to HR. And so HR was designated as someone who might be responding to certain parts. And I believe we heard that HR did not sort of respond. HR's element of the whole thing didn't come back. And so at this time, HR has not weighed in. So at least we have a delay that has lasted over a year. And so it seems to me we could find a violation, and then we could say, well, now any kind of records that HR should have been producing, they are now ordered to do it. I think that's a reasonable way to do it. Your way, that way.
I mean, to play devil's advocate, having actually worked in a public agency and done employee investigations, an agency I worked for would not have had departmental specific misconduct investigation guidelines and would have responded actually as no responsive records. So I don't want to assume necessarily that SFMTA has this. It may or may not. So that's why I'm a little hesitant to.
Oh, specific to SFMTA.
Yes, it's documentation of SFMTA's guidelines and procedures, procedural standards for investigating employee misconduct. It might be that there's some general HR ones, but it specifically says SFMTA's, and so there may not be departmental ones. So that's where I would hesitate to find a violation, because I'm not convinced
I see.
they do exist.
Yeah,
but they might.
Very good point. Absolutely.
I am now inclined to agree with you.
Okay, so to keep things moving, I'm going to make a motion to continue this item to the April 1st meeting, specifically to determine SFMTA's compliance with the records request specified in item number 6. And that'll be the motion. Obviously, Ms. Elia, if you can, make sure that you get information back to us in advance of that meeting. And obviously to the petitioner, if the documents do exist, please disclose them. And if they don't, please just confirm you did check with HR, SFMTA internal HR, and we can pick it up from there. And I think decide this pretty quickly in April. So that's my motion. If there's a second, we can move things along.
Second.
Okay, second. Seconded by member Sangiardi. Okay, let's go ahead and open that up to public comment then.
Yes, members of the public, if you'd like to make public comment on this matter, you may approach the podium. If you're online with us, you can press *3 on your telephone to raise your hand. Otherwise, you can use the application to raise your hand for public comment. I see no request for public comment on this matter.
Okay, public comment is closed, and I think we can move to a vote on that motion.
Yes, just to confirm, the motion is to continue the matter to April 1st, 2026 to determine SFMTA's compliance specific to item number 6.
Yep, of the original records request.
Item number 6 on the
Petitioner's records request, you could say.
records request. Okay, on that motion, Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Yankee, aye. Member San Girardi.
Aye.
San Girardi, aye. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood.
Aye.
LaHood, aye. Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Sugarman, aye. Member Kumar. Kumar, aye. Member Anderson.
Aye.
Anderson, aye. Member Highland. Aye. Highland, aye. Member Phil, absent. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Vice Chair Stein.
Aye.
Stein, aye. That motion passes with Member Pill being absent on the vote.
Okay. Thank you both to both parties, and we will see you again in April. And I will try to schedule this earlier in the agenda on our complaint portion. Whenever we have people return, I try to get them done early. So we'll try to do this earlier rather than later on the agenda in April.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's go ahead and move on. We now have Member Pilpel present at 7:27 p.m. And we are moving on to item number 18.
Yes, item number 18, file number 26002, complaint filed by Charles Denny against the San Francisco Police Department for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 67.21 by failing to respond to a public records request in a timely and or complete manner, 67.26 by failing to keep withholding to a minimum, 67.27 by failing to provide written justification of withholding. On January 20th, 2026, the complaint committee found that the task force has jurisdiction. The requested records are public and refer the matter to the full task force for consideration. Committee made no recommendations, but noted the task force should consider its determination among other possible violations. Administrative Code Section 67.21C by failing to assist requester in identifying public records, and Section 67.22A by failing to provide information to the public about its operations. One moment. I have made the relevant parties panelists. You have control over your own microphones.
Okay, if we can have both parties unmute yourselves and just make sure you can speak before we begin. So this would be Mr. Denny and so I think he disappeared as a panelist now.
Oh, there he goes. I will.
Okay.
Hello, this is Sergeant Sabati.
Hello, Sergeant Sabati. Thank you for joining us. Mr. Denny, can you unmute yourself?
I'm present.
Excellent. Okay, great. We do have both parties present. This was heard in the complaint committee, so I will turn it over to Complaint Chair Schmidt to give us a quick summary of where this is and what we should be looking for.
Yeah, it's a pretty basic request. It's a contention under 6721. And I think that the difficulty we may have had in the committee is that, well, the request starts out by saying it's not a request for records, and it does the verbiage of the request reads like more of a questioning, asking questions, asking to see how things work. And so the question we have here today is, would a response of there's nothing to give you, would that be sufficient? Members, go ahead and add anything that you want. Okay.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, as in the past complaints, we'll give each party 5 minutes to present, starting with the petitioner. And please wait for our administrator to let you know before you begin.
Ms. Denny, you may begin.
Thank you. Good evening, members of the task force. My complaint concerns the San Francisco Police Department's response to a public records request seeking information about administrative systems used to track investigative case files. My request did not seek investigative materials such as police reports, witness statements, evidence logs, or any other information that would reveal investigative activity. Instead, I asked whether the department maintains any administrative systems used to manage investigative files, such as documents or systems documenting file access, routing, archival handling, or any other internal tracking activity. The purpose of the request was simply to understand how the department administratively manages their investigative case files. These types of records are administrative in nature and relate to how the department organizes and handles its records. In response, the department declined to answer the request and instead argued that the request did not identify a specific record. However, rather than assisting in identifying possible records or clarifying what systems might exist, the department relied on that threshold objection and didn't provide any substantive response. Under Section 67.21c of the Sunshine Ordinance, agencies are required to assist requesters in identifying records when a request may need clarification. My concern is that the department did not attempt to provide that assistance even after the request was clarified. Additionally, the request sought information about the department's administrative practices for managing these investigative files. Under Section 67.22a, the public is entitled to information describing how departments operate, confirming whether administrative tracking systems exist, or generally describing those systems would fall within that category of operational information. To be clear, I'm not asking the department to disclose investigative files or sensitive case information. I'm simply just asking whether administrative systems exist that track or manage investigative files, and whether the department can identify those systems at a general level. My concern is that the department declined to engage with the substance of the request and instead treated it as if it were seeking investigative records, which it was not. For those reasons, I respectfully ask the task force to consider whether the department complied with its obligations under Section 67.21c and 67.22a of the Sunshine Ordinance. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Denny. And we will move over to the respondent now for up to 5 minutes.
You may begin.
Okay. Hello, everyone from the task force. Thanks for having me tonight. I'm Sergeant Sabati from the SFPD Legal Division. The SFPD responded in a timely manner and informed the complainant of the denials via an appropriate method. Based on the information and documented correspondence, the SFPD denies the allegation it violated 67.21, 26 and 27 of the Sunshine Ordinance. SFPD acted in accordance with government code provisions because the complainant failed to identify a specific public record maintained by the SFPD. Instead, the complainant asked interrogatory-style follow-up questions, including explicit confirmation that the SFPD doesn't maintain any administrative tracking systems or records for investigative case files. To the extent that it was decipherable, the complainant requests and sought a narrative response and or an inventory of the SFPD records and process, not a request for public records. Therefore, without an identifiable record identified by the complainant, the SFPD was unable to search and produce any record for. Finally, the SFPD notes that the complaint to this task force cites 67.21, which under subsection C requires the department to provide a statement as to the existence or form of the record relating to a particular subject or questions with enough specificity to enable the requester to identify records to make a request. The complainant cites 67.21c in their original request. However, if the complainant intended to seek a description of records, the vague, ambiguous, and overbroad request doesn't seek the identification of any specific record. SFPD doesn't know what the complainant means by a general administrative record
for SFPD case files maintained by numerous SFPD units over the course of more than 20 years. And to the extent the SFPD can understand the complainant's request, the SFPD does not maintain any such system for administrative handling of cases on a department-wide basis. Depending on the time frame, some investigative units within the SFPD may maintain a record of members who have been assigned to or worked with an investigative case file. However, the existence of such record would be tied to a particular time frame, SFPD unit, and specific case. And as best as the SFPD can tell, that's not what the complainant is seeking from the long series of general questions. Therefore, the SFPD can't answer the complainant's request by producing identifiable records or even describing whether any such record exists, because the complainant doesn't describe a specific record, enabling the SFPD to identify records and to fulfill this request. It was also just to note, this was also made in conjunction with 16 other requests over the period of a few months that all were very similar in nature, kind of rolled down from a certain thing. So we were trying to actively go back and find each record or each request and try to match it to a record. But based on this, we weren't able to. That's it.
Okay, thank you. All right, members, any questions? Member Popel?
Yeah. Can you hear me okay?
We can, yeah.
All right. And I apologize, I wasn't here earlier. We can talk about that later. To both sides, I was just reviewing some sections of the CPRA, starting at 7922.700 through 7922.725, that goes through a catalog of enterprise systems and system of record. That seems to be a body of law related to record keeping systems and how data is organized within an agency. And that seemed to me like it may be relevant to the request here. I think it's pretty clear to me. It sounds like it was clear in the request that it was not seeking specific records, but was actually asking about the architecture of their systems and how they maintained their files for the last 20 plus years. So I'm wondering if both sides can briefly speak to the applicability of those sections and whether that pertains to this request. And then I may have a brief follow-up. Thanks.
Member Pilbo, can you repeat those sections?
Yeah, 7922.700 to 7922.725. It's about records, procedures, catalog of enterprise systems.
Okay, go ahead. I'm not sure which side wants to begin. Mr. Denny, or did you want to start?
Yeah, I can do that.
Okay.
Yeah, I would say that based on what you're describing in those sections, it would apply. That is basically what I was seeking, was general architecture, like you were saying, of what systems exist for maintaining their investigative records. When I made the original request, I don't work at a police department, and I know every police department has their own different policies and procedures. So it's kind of like firing in the dark a little bit, where you try to be specific enough, but you're not sure exactly what systems may be in place. So you're mainly using it as like a qualifier to try and figure out, what records there may be.
Okay, and respondent, did you want to weigh in?
Sure. So as far as our architecture, I've never worked in investigations. I believe each unit maintains files in a different manner, which can be quite complicated. So when requests like this come in, we would reach out to the subject matter expert of the unit, who would then weigh in upon what records we do or don't have. As far as the architecture and how it's relayed, again, that would be per each unit. And I don't know if it applies here, but I saw 67.22 of the Administrative Code, Section C. It also says no employee shall be required to respond to an inquiry or inquiries from an individual if it would take the employee more than 15 minutes to obtain the information responsive to an inquiry or inquiries. I mean, if we're talking about searching each unit of the SFPD and getting all their record information for the request, I mean, that would far exceed 15 minutes. But I don't know if that really applies to this complaint.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Quickly. To the Sergeant, I think that last point on 67.22 relates to oral public information only. I'm just wondering if you are or are not familiar with the state code section that I cited, if any system of record or if the agency's catalog of enterprise systems is properly posted on the agency's website as is required. And if you don't know, that's fine.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I'm sorry.
Thanks. I'm done.
Okay, thank you, Member Bell. Anyone else? Member Schmidt?
Yeah, a question to the respondent. You just mentioned 67.22, and I'm just gonna ask you a couple questions about 67.22A. The first sentence of that says every department head, and that's in San Francisco government, shall designate a person or persons knowledgeable about the affairs of the department to provide information, including oral information to the public about the department's operations plans, policies, and positions. Now, my question to you is, do you know who is the designated person under that the police department has designated at this time for that function?
Specifically for that function, no, I do not.
Okay. Do you know if your the people within the police department that you work with who fulfill document requests, do you know what they would do if they received the kind of request that's described at 67.22A?
If it was one that was specifically seeking like an oral comment or like a media comment, they'd probably reach out to the media relations division.
Okay.
Because they usually speak for the chief or someone in the chief's office who would then speak on that matter publicly.
Okay. And in connection with the request that was made here, was there ever that type of outreach to the media relations department so that they could speak with Charles Denny about this?
No, not during this instance, because when we were reviewing when the people in the office were reviewing the request, they would also reach out to the subject matter expert, which based on the other requests that had come before this from Mr. Denny, were with homicide. So they were reaching out to homicide to see what records would try and meet what was requested. And we're finding out that there was really nothing that they could decipher that would request it based on giving the request to the lieutenant of homicide to talk to him about it. They couldn't find a record that would match.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
All right. Anyone else? Okay. Not seeing any hands, so let's go ahead and move to rebuttals. We'll start with the respondent for 3 minutes and then the petitioner for 3 minutes. And again, please wait for our administrator to give you the okay to begin.
Sergeant, you may begin your rebuttal.
Okay. Thanks for having me tonight. I don't really have much else to add. We think that we complied, and we're more than willing to answer more records requests as they arrive. Thank you.
Mr. Denny, you may provide your rebuttal at this time.
Thank you. Again, I just wanted to restate my request was limited to administrative information about the systems used to track their investigation files, and it specifically excluded investigative materials. Basically, my biggest concern with this is that the department really declined to assist in narrowing the request. Like, obviously, I don't have, inside knowledge of, how their architecture works or what their policies and procedures are. It just would have been nice if they could have, narrowed it down for me or like assisted, like say, hey, this unit operates this way. This is how it's organized, or, what exactly are you looking for? That's really my main concern. And so that would be with section 67.21C. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thoughts on this one? What do you think? Member Popos?
Better?
There you go.
Okay. Again, I agree with the complainant on this. I think it really is a 21C issue. I don't see this as a 26 or 27 matter. And I do think in light of the state codes that I referenced, that the department could look at and describe their systems generally and assist the requester. And I think that's really all he was asking for. I don't know that it takes 15 minutes more or less, but I don't think the 15-minute rule applies here. And I just think that he just wanted them to engage and to describe those systems, and failing to do so seems to me like it's a 21C violation, and we should ask them to describe their systems generally under the rubric of the state codes that I cited. Would you like a motion to that effect?
Let's make sure, I'll see if anyone else wants to weigh in.
That's fine.
Motions.
Me.
Go ahead, Member Wolf.
Yeah, I just want to also note that it seemed like there was a lot of focus around public records, but in 6721A, it's either records or public information that could be offered written or verbal. So I wonder if that somehow should be folded into whatever motion is being made, if appropriate.
I'm going to, for a moment, play devil's advocate on this one. And this is not excusing the police department's records management practices, but we dealt with many cases of archived police records, and we've heard, I'm thinking about the ones from the Zebra murder, for instance, and SFPD personnel struggled for months to locate these documents, couldn't tell us until we questioned them out meeting after meeting, potentially even where these documents were, how they were stored, what practices there were, and so forth and so on. And it took months, if not well over a year, for us to get that information from the SFPD to locate old records. So there might be an argument to be made that the information being requested is so disorganized and in such disarray that it can't reasonably be answered within 15 minutes. I'm not saying they're doing a good job with record keeping, but it might fit the exemption under 6722C, which is no employee shall be required to respond to an inquiry or inquiries from an individual if it would take the employee more than 15 minutes to obtain the information responsive to the inquiry or inquiries. Member Hood.
I think they're, given our past experience, I think they might be able to say, since 2022, we have been using such and such a system. Anything before that, are, tracked and archived in different ways. But I have a hard time believing that the whole of the police department investigative unit is as disorganized as those files were, from decades ago. And that was very interesting to go, through those cases. But I would be shocked if they had no current system. Somebody should have been able to say, this is what we, our current system is such and such, we use folders in, they don't use Google Docs, but we use Box and we track files and everything is scanned and uploaded. There should have been, how do they give orientation to people who join the division? There's got to be an orientation document.
And that's a good point. There, even if it wouldn't be all encompassing for everything everywhere, there's obviously something you use today, even if it doesn't cover records from 1970 that got lost. Which would be less than 15 minutes.
If I can also play devil's advocate, I'm thinking about myself as a manager, and I'm thinking that, I should probably actually create some best practices for like writing down a document of how people on my team should be like organizing these public documents, but I don't have that right now. People learn it as they go, and we have conversations about it, and we reorganize them to make sure that like we can all reasonably find them. It's challenging that like in this circumstance, it means that police department might not be able to find some documents. That's not good, and that should be changed. But I'm curious if like do we get a lot of public records requests like this about the architecture, and are other departments readily able to provide like architecture of how they organize their files?
I would just note that we get a lot about the SFPD in particular.
But I guess have other departments produced for us? Have we seen documentation that is like maintained by other departments of the architecture of how they train their staff to organize their files? Because I think if not, it's reasonable to think that like these documents actually just don't exist, and that this request is actually asking to produce a document.
Mr. Chair.
I remember Kumar first, then you remember Wolf.
I just want to say, as Member Sugarman mentioned, police department, they are severely understaffed. Whenever we get cases from them, it's primarily like, even if the documents are usually there, it's just that there's one person in like the department, like we had a case where there was one person in the photography department going through like thousands and thousands and thousands of photos of the Zodiac killer. If I remember correctly, there was another one that was there last month of another, the very famous case of another killer. That was also like thousands and thousands of documents. So it's like, it's not that I don't think they usually deny that they have the documents. It's just that they have to look for them. And because they're so understaffed, sometimes the timelines are like months, years, depending on what case you want.
And then the staff changes and they don't communicate with each other.
And then somebody loses the communication, and then they are like, we want to restart this, and like, we forgot what was happening before. So sorry to miss this. It's very common with the police department.
But that just kind of makes me think even more so that it's wildly unlikely that there's a document that already exists describing for staff how to organize documents. If they did that, then they would have it from case.
I just want to add, I've proposed that several times with the police department. Like I've been doing it for the last 1 year. It's not worked yet. But I would love a supporter on this. We can totally build something together.
But isn't the request, do you or do you not? So all you have to say is, we do not.
Yeah.
We do not have any system.
Remember the hood guy. Go.
I have a question for, forgive me, Sergeant Sabati.
Yes.
If the petitioner had asked for the database headings used by the investigative unit, would you have been able to return a response?
What do you mean by database headings? Sorry.
So what if the requester had just made an assumption that the investigative unit has some sort of database and requested what database headings, what categories do you track in your database? Would you have been able to provide a response?
Most likely we would have reached out to probably whichever unit was affected. Like I said, in other Mr. Denny request, which I think we have another SOTF coming up on. Most of it was related to the Zodiac killer. So we were reaching out to homicide a lot. So we'd be reaching out to homicide to ask what type of database or whatever the specific request was and see if they had a response for us, since they're the ones who maintain their files.
Okay, thank you.
Me?
Oh, go ahead, Member Wolf. I'm sorry. Yeah.
That's fine. So I'm having a little trouble with this because I also do volunteer work at Department of Emergency Management, and we use a system that is based off of FEMA called the ICS system. It's an incident report type of system, and everything is on paper. And there are very specific forms. There are lots of them. I think I have to monitor about 15 different forms. Each form is for a different thing. It's very organized. Okay. Police departments and other law enforcement, fire departments, other disaster units, anything that involves that kind of structure demands an orderly, uniform recording system of the work that they do and when they interact with the public or are interacting with any kind of incident. So I find it hard to believe that the police department is saying that they don't have an adopted system that they can point to, that they can just say, we use this structured system, because that's how it's described in general. Just the way I just described it to you for the work that I do in disaster communications. So I find that to be, first of all, troublesome and disappointing and concerning. But that something that easily could have been reported to them. Sure, things change over the time as you maintain certain maybe administrative files. But files with regards to reporting incidents are fairly uniform. And if you ever looked at any police file, you'll see those forms, page after page after page. And when an officer comes off of duty and they need to fill out their paperwork, which usually is most of their time, they have to be following these very specific type of forms. So not being able to point to any kind of formalized architecture that they've adopted, or they could say, we use these forms, numbers, da, 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 da. You go through it in orientation and training when you come into the department. So you learn how the system works. So I just find it just a little bit incredulous that they weren't able to come up with an answer for the complainant. I'll stop there.
Thank you, Member Wolf. Okay, anyone who hasn't spoken yet? If not, just as a reminder, this is kind of probably where we'd want to start to formulate a motion based on what's being proposed.
To my
Sorry,
motion, I can go back to my motion.
I think now's a great time.
Okay. And just as a preface to that, thinking about other departments, whether it's scheduling or assigning employees to a particular task, tracking case files, permit tracking at DBI and planning, finance records, it seems to me like all departments have various systems of records that they use to organize their work. And I'm not sure that a lengthy description is needed here, but I think a summary description of how investigative case files are maintained is pretty much what the requester was asking for. So on that basis, I move to find a violation of Section 67.21C and request that the department provide a response to the requester in light of California Government Code sections 7922.700 to 7922.725. And that we send this to a committee to monitor compliance. Thanks.
Okay, moved by member Pilpel, seconded by member Anderson. Did you get all that, Administrator Young?
I did not.
Okay.
Okay, the motion is finding violation 60.21C by failing to provide public records in a timely and or complete manner. The task force requests the police department provide a response pursuant to
or in light of California Government Code section California Government Code sections 7922.700 to 7922.725.
and please provide a description of what your
To describe the systems used to track investigative case files.
you just give me one moment.
Yeah.
Okay,
Refer the matter to a committee for monitoring.
the task force requests the police department provide a response pursuant to California Government Code section 7922.700 through 7922-725 to give me a moment. In regards to describing the system used to track investigative case files. The task force further refers the matter to task force committee to monitor compliance of this request.
Member Pilpel, is that a request or an order? For the action you want the police department to take, is that a request or an order? It matters. Are we just saying that'd be nice if they did it, or are we ordering them under 6721E to do it? Because Mr. Young said request, so if you wanted to request,
Right.
that's fine. But
If it makes a difference for the vote, I'm happy to change it. But in general, I think it's an order because that's actually what the requester asked for.
I
So
think it does, yeah, I think if we just send a request, and we talked about this in a prior one,
Right.
Before you got here about, we can urge a department, we can request a department, but if we're ordering it, then there's a compliance component. So if it's an order, we should say that versus a request.
yeah, in this case, I think it's an order.
Okay.
It's to be clear, this is a brief general description. This is not, please write a book.
Right.
This is, please describe generally the system.
Okay, so Administrator Young, where it says request, can you make sure it says in orders the police department or orders?
Yes, I will place it with orders. And do you want to put in within 5 business days or?
I think that's the default. And we also have that default language now in the summary of actions email that Administrator Peterson will send out.
I have that motion.
Okay.
I'm less concerned about time and more concerned about somebody doing it.
Vice Chair Stein?
I'm just wondering, because I'm looking at my notes from the complaints committee, and, it does seem that the SFPD, the argument is that they have a lot of different things that might qualify as investigatory files that might exist across many different divisions or categories. And the petitioner in our complaints committee said, well, if I had to narrow it, I would want to narrow it to homicide investigations. So I wonder if the petitioner would be amenable to those systems being described in case it really is like just bearish to have to look at what's happening across many different departments and divisions. But I'm that's a question for the petitioner.
Okay, so petitioner, did you hear the question from Vice Chair Stein? Mr. Denny?
Yes, that would work with me. Just homicide architecture.
Okay. So Administrator Young, can you add that clarifier of the homicide division of the police department?
Used to track homicide division investigative case files.
That's a good start. Yeah, I think that works. That worked. You were seconder? Okay. All right. Let's take some public comment on that motion then.
Okay, there are no members of the public in the room, and there's no members of the public online at this time.
Okay. Go ahead.
However, just in case, if there are any members of the public that I have missed, you can raise your hand at this time by pressing *3 on your phone or using the application to raise your hand. I do not see any hands raised for members of the public.
Okay, public comment is closed. We could take a vote on that motion.
On that motion, Member Pilpil.
Aye.
Pilpil, aye. Member Anderson. Anderson, aye. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood.
Aye.
LaHood, aye. Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Sugarman, aye. Member Kumar. Kumar, aye. Member Highland.
Aye.
Highland, aye. Member San Girardi. Aye. San Girardi, aye. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Vice Chair Stein.
Aye.
Stein, aye. Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Yankee, aye. That motion passes without objection.
Okay, thank you to both parties for joining us this evening. Okay.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Okay, you can mark Member Kumar is going to be absent as of 8:07 p.m. And we are now done with our complaints, so we can go back to item number 7.
Yes, item number 7, SOTF chair and committee, SOTF chair and committee chair reports, opportunities for the chairs of the committee and to update the entire task force of their recent activity.
Okay, I have 2 quick items. The first one is, I believe the city attorney's office will be providing SB 707 guidance sometime later this month. Is that correct, DCA?
Yes. Yes, I think DC now.
All right, you might wait.
Okay, and she'll still send that on to me? Okay. So my question to the task force then is, once we receive that guidance, did you want me to agendize that for the full task force, or maybe is that something that a committee should look at first and see if there's anything that even the full task force needs to take action on, rather than just putting a general thing on the agenda here? Thoughts? Should we go to maybe Member Highland? Is that something EOT could look at once we receive that guidance? Maybe hold a hearing and kind of go through it and piece out what you think we need to actually worry about at the full task force level?
Sure, let's take a look at it first.
Okay, sounds good. I think that'd be a little more time sensitive that way. So what we'll do is, when I receive that from DCA Lopez, I will forward it to you. Member Highland, you could agendize that for EOT, and then if you think something needs to be moved on, we can do that. The other thing is that I believe we are losing and gaining a new DCA. So again, not to put our DCA on the spot, but if you could just give us a quick update about who not to include and who should include if we need legal advice.
Yes, so the current makeup is going, the 2 new additions, a recent one was Dee Nguyen and Rob Kapla, Kapla. So the 4 people right now is myself, Jose Zolan Cepeda, Mary Kamikahara, Rob Kapla, and Dee Nguyen.
Okay, and we're losing, I think, DCA Shapiro
and Valerie Lopez.
Okay. So for committees that need to refer anything to a DCA for legal advice prior to our full task force hearing, just make sure you update your address book accordingly, and I'm sure our administrator can get you their email addresses if you need them. And that's all I had, so I'll turn it over to Member Schmidt. Do you have anything from complaints?
I really don't have anything to report. We're still getting, say, 6, 7, 8 complaints every month. It's been pretty consistent lately. And then you saw that we've got some ideas about possible ways to make the meetings here more efficient. But that's everything that we've been doing.
Sounds good. Member LaHood?
Mostly we've been focused on the ordinance, although as you've seen, we have had a couple of compliance situations where we're just sending things back to the task force because we sort of reached the end of the road and are leaving things at your discretion as to whether they should be closed or re-looked at again in terms of compliance. So.
Okay. Yeah, I'll do my best to do that. I try not to close complaints myself, but
that's why we sent them back to the full task force, because it.
Right. I think
yeah.
I think a committee can close it, but if you guys are unable to, I'll put them probably on an agenda. And there's also nothing to stop me from putting them, I guess, on the consent agenda. But I just don't want them to ever just be on me. So
yeah,
I can do that as necessary. Member Highland, anything from EOT?
No, we've been taking on some extra complaints cases, but again, it kind of underscores, as it did last time around, that we really need some stronger clerical support to make sure the package is complete, apples are to apples, so that we can actually move it up to the full task force. I had to stop and send some stuff back that really should have been cleared between myself and the clerk. It's something I used to do in the past. I will resume doing that, just so that we're not, wasting everyone's time when it comes to that meeting, as well as the members.
All right. Thank you, Member LaHood, or Member Highland. Member Schmidt, you have something?
Yeah, I just, before Member Highland was speaking, you all have been talking about what to do where something is way far along in the process and when do you close it, et cetera. And one thing I've been thinking about, and I know that the matter with the Fine Arts Museum was on the calendar and now it's off the calendar. And I'm not sure what I was exactly thinking about with regards to that. But one thing I think that we don't necessarily do that I was thinking about making a suggestion on is to account for when we can determine that we issued an order and the order was not complied with. And I think that it's possible that that's the kind of data that we may want to sort of make clear in some context, for example, in the annual report, because we really don't get that many cases where we get all that far into the process where we issued an order, the order was clear, and we sent it through the compliance process, and they just simply didn't do, or maybe they partially responded to it. But I think we should be looking at cases and making our own determinations. It's the same kind of thing that in a court, if you issue an order, someone's always coming back in to contest whether that order was complied with. And then, you ask for sanctions, you ask for contempt. Obviously, we don't do sanctions or contempt. We don't have that power. But we still do have the power to say whether our order was or wasn't complied with. And I think that's actually something more significant than the way we've been treating it over the years. So no need for any kind of response on that. It's just something I wanted to bring up at some point.
Yeah, this is something I tried to address a little bit more in the annual report this time, because I feel like It was very hard to get any confirmation on whether cases where we actually issued orders were complied with or not. And I think it does kind of go to the heart of what we're supposed to be able to do. If someone comes here and they're contesting something and we say, yeah, city was wrong, they need to comply, we should know whether they comply or not. And we should have a way to call it, and we should have a way to say these people complied, these people didn't comply. And I feel like right now we're lacking that clear process.
I think those are good points, and maybe after the amendments stuff starts wrapping up at CAC, you guys have a little more time. Maybe some procedures that could be written down a little bit better than they are now about the compliance process. Because I noticed the complaint procedures seem to address the front end very well, and then get pretty silent on the back end. And I know that kind of leaves you folks on that committee a little lost on how really to go forward with these things. And so maybe we can kind of come up with a plan we all agree to on how to send it through and what flow chart it to a certain extent, right? So we can come up with natural endpoints.
Yeah, and what happens when either, a department says we've done everything, but the petitioner is still not satisfied? It's like we get to these sticking points, or sometimes when, I won't go into details, but we get stuck sometimes.
Yeah. So I think it's good project to work on this year. Yeah. Okay. I don't think there's going to be any public comments. I don't see anyone.
Just for official purposes, I'll note that there's nobody in the room for public comment, and there's nobody online for public comment at this time.
Okay, so no action taken there, no public comment. We can move on to item number 8.
Item number, one moment. Item number 8, Administrative Report. Task Force Committee tentative hearing schedule, complaints and hearing requests, pending petitions and complaints, SOTF member attendance, and communications. The report is provided to you for your review.
Okay, so let's kind of take a step by step here pretty quickly though. Any conflicts, members, that we should be aware of for the March, April, or May hearings that are listed?
I'll just note I'm out of town from the 17th to 20th of April.
17th to the 20th of, okay, I don't think that conflicts though.
It's a long weekend. I don't think so.
Okay. No one else? Everything else looks pretty good. Okay. Let's see. Any questions on the new complaints?
Sorry.
Member Popo?
Yeah, just on the complaint committee for the 17th, to Chair Schmidt and the members, I did spend some time last week on the complaint procedures, and that'll get calendared. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to participate in the rest of the meeting, but certainly that section. And I did address in part compliance, not wholeheartedly, but going somewhere there, and happy to have that discussion with the committee. Thanks.
Okay. Section 2, looks like these are the new files open since last meeting. 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8. Looks like 10. So we're still getting more than we typically can process, at least at the full task force, on a month-to-month basis. So just, if we can wrap these up into consent things, I know the committee's been doing an excellent job doing so. I think we just continue on doing that because that's really the only way we're going to keep pace with the number of complaints coming in. Which gets to section 3. It looks like we're up to the 73 open files, but a big chunk of them will be closed out after this meeting, since we had 7 ODs, 5 consent agenda items, the request for reconsideration. So several of those will be closed. Nonetheless, and I don't know if Administrator Peterson is on the line right now and could comment, but I know we're starting to see 2026 files on our full task force agenda, and I'm just curious how we still have 34 from 2025 that are still even waiting an initial committee hearing. That seems like a lot.
I would say that a lot of them we requested records because they would give us a complaint, but they wouldn't provide us any supporting documentation.
Okay.
Such as we need a copy of the actual request for records. Otherwise, we have nothing to go on.
Got it. Okay. So some of them aren't, even though this is a waiting committee hearing, it's not necessarily that they're ready for a committee hearing. They're just
we may deny it if they don't give us anything.
Got it. Okay, so it doesn't mean there's necessarily 34 that Member Schmidt should pick from for his next committee hearing or committee meeting.
Anything that we refer, says pending, requested supporting documentation is in that limbo state where it's not really officially accepted until we get that supporting documentation.
I mean, just a suggestion, maybe should we consider making that a separate column? Just so it doesn't look like there's really 34, or like that there's really 50 cases that are ready to go on an agenda.
I will note that.
It sounds like it might be significantly less than 50 that are actually ready for an agenda.
May I ask, Administrator Young, how often do people file complaints and then not follow through with that information? Like what percentage would you guess?
It would be a wild guess, but I say a good 25% will not follow up.
Okay, thank you.
How long before you?
We give them 30 days, but we are very lenient on that.
So yeah, seeing obviously that we're in March and these are 2025, that's obviously way past 30 days. So it sounds quite lenient.
And sometimes they call and they says it's coming soon. And so we keep waiting. It's hard to track sometimes with all the emails back and forth.
Yeah. Okay. Did you have something, Member Pippo?
Yeah, sorry, also on that section 3 chart, if there were at this writing 8 matters pending compliance hearing, and there may have been a couple more tonight, it seems to me like we would want to close those out as soon as possible. So maybe, I don't know, if half of them went to EOT this month and the other half went to CAC next month, you know, the sooner we can make those go away, because those are probably the oldest, or at least the oldest where they provided documentation. That would be, to me, a good goal, and then fill in whatever other matters are waiting committee for which a complaint doesn't have
We will
capacity.
give you a list of the compliance items just to see what stage they're at, and then you can make your decision from there.
Or the chairs is fine. Just so that things are moving.
And just a reminder to Administrator Peterson that there is a list that Vice Chair Stein and I developed of files that seem to have gotten lost in the process that Vice Chair Stein found were referred to a committee for follow-up back in, this is usually probably the first 6 months of 2025, and then never got scheduled. And so I want to make sure those are actually still on the list. Some of them may have been closed out properly, but it wasn't exactly clear to us. So we had some questions for Administrator Peterson to look at, and that's still pending.
We'll
follow up on those questions.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Peterson. Because I'm not sure if those are if those that 8 includes those, or if that is 8 in addition to some of those. Okay. Oh, go ahead, Member.
Question. Do we have any update on the gentleman who says he filed his complaint back in 2025 and no number was ever?
We are dealing with it. We will provide an update when we can.
Okay.
I don't want to say anything now as we're still trying to figure out the details.
Okay, I just asked.
I have consulted our DCAs and management in the clerk's office. It is being addressed, but portions of it are not necessarily within the purview of the task force.
Got it.
Okay.
I'll leave it at that.
Thank you.
Okay. Attendance is there. I think that you can always let the administrator know if there's something incorrect there. Again, we only track regular meetings. And then there's communications. I think we're still seeing some trickle in from the Mayor Lori case. Looks like there's a form letter set up somewhere on the internet. We're still getting stuff through there. So I think that's it for the admin report. Anything else on that? Don't see any attendees in the room, and confirming there's none.
Online, we have no attendees online.
Okay, so no public comment because no one's here. We can close that item without any action taken and move on to now item number 20.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Can you just give me a little clarity, since I missed this earlier, on items 3 and 4? whether or not I need to request something there. What was the action taken?
Item 3, the minutes were approved. Item 4, the ODs were approved, but the administrator will double check to make sure that the language in the ODs conforms with the language in the meeting minutes.
Okay. I don't want to go over them now, but I did have some minor typos in both instances. I don't think it's worth talking about, but I just wanted to be sure that I can submit those and those will be considered.
I think we move beyond that item at this point.
Yeah, that's already.
Okay, because we did catch most of those on the minutes, the first pass to Chair Hyland. I did do that. There were a couple others that appeared in the second pass, and there were some minor errors in the orders that did not conform to the minutes. So I just wanted to be sure that all of those edits can be incorporated.
Which minutes are you referring to?
The minutes from February. But I did do as you asked, and I did go through a whole.
I think if there's anything that's a clear typo, you can submit that to the administrator.
Those were the things.
I think if there's anything that you're trying to change stylistically or beyond anything that's a clear typo, I would not say that those can be submitted at this time.
It's the attended or did not attend, noted or not noted.
Yes, I think we need to fix administrative errors that the clerk made that we didn't catch. If it's anything beyond that, I don't think those can be considered any longer.
I'll submit those. Thank you.
Okay, let's move on to item number 20.
Moment. Item number 20, hearing on Sunshine Ordinance amendments, discussion and potential actions regarding proposed amendments to the Sunshine Ordinance.
Okay, Member LaHood?
So we keep condensing and consolidating, and we're trying to get this list as tight as possible. There are a couple of outstanding items, including, I know we have the communication with the city attorney's office seeking their guidance on whether they want to be included or not.
Yes, and that went out.
Awesome.
Yep, so.
And let me just skim this quickly and see. There were a couple of other things sort of in that vein. Should have printed this out and highlighted it. Oh, and also we were waiting guidance on SB 707, which you said is forthcoming.
Yep.
So whether, we should annotate here. We don't have consensus about whether we should change, clarifying the descriptions of policy bodies, passive meeting bodies, and other meetings. And I know a lot of that is also happening with the Commission Streamlining Task Force, and it's not totally clear to us at this point how much, things do need to be clarified, but we're not sure which things should be included and to what degree, and perhaps other members want to expand upon that, but we're still a little bit fuzzy on that. Yeah. Do others have read, I know you've seen various versions of this. Are there things that the full task force would like us to expand upon, or things that you still have questions about? Part of the challenge here, and that we talked about in our last meeting, is that it's not just about coming up with a list, but we need an advocate, we need a sponsor. And at this point, we need to go out and start talking to supervisors and see if anyone is in alignment with or in agreement with this, who could help steward this process. Otherwise, we're just going to get stuck, or it's going to need to be handled through other mechanisms. Maybe I'll leave it at that and see what people want to discuss, and whether other committee members have thoughts or things that they would like to highlight as far as areas where we definitely need to do more. The thing is, we don't want to continue to do more and go in deep until we know where we're going with this and which aspects of it perhaps need more work and which are going to be set aside.
I have a comment.
Okay.
Member
Yeah.
Wolf was saying.
Oh, I'm sorry. Member Wolf, go ahead.
Yeah, I would say there's one thing that actually came up in tonight's meeting, and it's clarifying the public comment up to 3 minutes
Yes,
language. I mean, I think that's something that could be cleaned up
that's a good
fairly
addition.
easily. Not very substantive, but it just clarity.
Yes, I 100% agree. That's a great idea. Member Anderson?
Yes, also another matter that came up tonight was the issue of records retention, especially if if commissions and task force and policy bodies are going to be dismantled, where do those records lie? Who's going to be custodian of those records so the public can have access to them? And for how long will those records be available?
Good point.
And I think Member LaHood brings up a good point, is that if our goal is to get any changes to the Sunshine Ordinance done in time for our November ballot question, we need to get a realistic pathway identified to getting it on the ballot. Because like we talked about before, board members cannot change the Sunshine Ordinance without it going on the ballot. So there's only a few ways it could be changed. It could be changed through gathering signatures. It can be changed by, being an amendment proposed through the board process, go to the Rules Committee, report it out, or I believe it can be also submitted to the electorate through 4 board members signing on to it. And there's different deadlines for each of those 3 mechanisms for doing so. But unless one of those, or more than one of those, looks like a realistic pathway at this point, to Member LaHood's point, I'm not sure putting more effort into developing concise legal language or whatever else is the best use of our time. And so I think what Compliance and Amendments has done came up with, I think, a pretty good high level report now. It looks like it's about 3.5, 4 pages, right? Of the main things we're looking at changing, I think, is where we need to be to try to sell this idea and gain the support we need. So I guess the question I would have, is there anything that we need to add, remove, or change on this list so that we can almost turn it into like an informational flyer that can be given as like an executive level summary of what it is we're proposing?
Yeah.
I think that's what we need to decide.
Those 2 things we should definitely add. But are there any other things that have fallen by the wayside, or that looking at this list, people think, you know what, let's just strike that for now? Although, as Member Wolf has noted in our committee meetings, we spent a lot of time early on going through the whole ordinance line by line. And, if hopefully this will be taken up, and then we would like to hand that work over to someone else, because we think there's a lot of useful information in there.
Absolutely. I think someone who's, but I think it, before we get to that stage, even, we need something that, someone could read on the way up the elevator or something like that and decide, is this really what I want to get behind or not? And then if they are, then you guys have a lot of additional supplemental materials that would be very valuable. And so I guess the question then is, that I would have, I think we should probably figure out in this meeting is, first, is there anything we want to add, subtract, or change in this list, or is it ready for us to turn into that executive level summary? And if it's ready, what is the plan to solicit the support we need to potentially get this on the ballot? Are members prepared to talk to supervisors? I mean, I think that's really what we need at this point, because I'm not sure on the exact deadline, maybe Member Pell knows, but largely June-ish sometime. It needs to be, to have signatures turned in if it's going to make November. And if it's not going to make November of this year, then we're looking at, what, a 1.5 delay, won't go until 2028 primary at the earliest.
Yeah, on the dates, so for the 3 different routes, anyone can submit an initiative ordinance at any time. The city attorney has about 2 weeks to prepare title and summary. They need to publish, and then they can go gather the roughly 10,000 valid signatures that would need to be submitted. It's around July 4th for the November election. Anyone can do that at any time. if it's introduced at the Board of Supervisors, I can't remember the specific deadline for an initiative ordinance. Victor, maybe you can help. But I think it's in May or June. And then the board would order no later than the end of July for an ordinance to be submitted to the voters. And then the third option is the mayor or 4 members of the board, not through the legislative process. The deadline is early August, but 45 days before that. So it's really effectively mid-June to submit to the director of elections and the clerk of the board for 4 members. In all of those instances, there's not a lot of time to either make more changes or to really draft it into legal language. So it really would be a big push in not a lot of time. And anybody who's got any dispute, disagreement, question about a particular section could hang it up. So there are some challenges in terms of time. I do agree that as soon as possible, if we're moving on this, we should take this summary version and maybe add something at the top with a little background on the ordinance and what, what the overall goal is, and then just lay this out so that we could hand it to people. If we had that, and I think others, and we talked about this in committee, would be willing to approach supervisors or others to potentially sponsor, but we would need such a document turned around pretty quick. That's my sense. I'll leave it at that.
Okay, that's good feedback. So let's put it this way. Member LaHood, is the I think it's mostly there.
Yeah.
Turning this into that document, is that something that you can take on?
I mean, I've been doing that. Would it be, I've been working, we were working on this in committee. Should I meet with you, to get the final version? Or
I'm happy to, we can go through it together just to make sure. And I think having 2 eyes on anything, even my own eyes the second time, and when I write, it's like, why did I write that?
Yeah.
That always helps. So we could absolutely go through that, find typos, anything like that.
Right. Maybe take out some of the questions, which are sort of, rhetorical questions.
So I think right now we have to decide, does anyone find anything in this objectionable? They don't want to be here. Now's the time to flag it, because there's a good chance going forward otherwise. Or I think we heard from Member Wolf, that was an excellent suggestion about clarifying the public comment length, and Member Anderson brought up about bringing up, we need to figure out what to do with records retention for boards and commissions that are no longer going to be in existence. Anything else we need to add, change, subtract, delete, whatever else to this document?
I believe we had discussed this in committee meeting, but under records retention, we had posed the question of whether or not records retention should be placed under sunshine, and we came to the conclusion that no. So that can be struck.
That's good. And that's obviously because records retention doesn't live in the sunshine ordinance. It lives in Admin Code Section 8. Should the board at some point want to add it to us, they can always do it later. And it doesn't necessarily even have to be part of this.
Member Anderson, thank you. So you're thinking, get rid of that whole bullet point there?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Anything else?
I mean, I'm so new, literally just a few hours, so it's hard. But my first thing, I mean, I'm sure that you all have discussed this already ad nauseum, but creating the enforcement mechanism seems like a really dramatic expansion of the task force's authority. And I think that right now, I mean, I've always viewed the enforcement mechanism as the task force making a determination. You can write a letter, and then somebody can use that letter in a lawsuit against the city to prove that somebody did not comply with the law that is the Sunshine Ordinance. That is the enforcement mechanism.
Yes and no. So that's a good question. So do a quick summary if anyone else wants to join in, since this is something that comes up.
I would just say that we would all love that, though.
We would love that.
Yeah, that always
That's
comes
the
up.
ideal world. I think that's kind of what we want to get to. Here's part of the problem. Number one, there's part that says that we shall refer things to the district attorney and the attorney general. Okay, the attorney general has no interest in taking on local level things, but they're the state attorney general. They're never going to take anything. But yet it says we shall do this. It also says we shall refer to the district attorney. The district attorney has no interest in coming up with presumably criminal prosecutions against the city itself. Okay, so that language is problematic. Yet the original framers put that in there as like a magical way to solve the problem, and it's not working. Okay, so that's one problem. Number two, there's two references to the Ethics Commission playing a role. The Ethics Commission has taken a very hands-off approach to dealing with Sunshine Matters. They've largely stated that they don't believe that Sunshine Matters were written into the charter, and therefore, even though the ordinance envisions a role for them, their charter powers and duties does not, and therefore they're not going to take those on. You can find that in 6734 and 6735, I think subsection D, right? So those parts are problematic. And so there was these various provisions written into the ordinance that envision a pathway for the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force to refer matters to different authorities for compliance that no longer realistically exist for a variety of reasons, right? And so what ends up happening is we have either those referrals still going out and nothing happens and people get very frustrated, or they go through this process and we issue an order and the city doesn't want to do anything. And sometimes they have a good argument and sometimes they just ignore it. I'm not saying that's always a bad thing, they don't do something, but that's sometimes where it ends up. And the person ends up filing a lawsuit anyway. In that case, have we really solved the problem, or have we actually created an impediment to getting public records? If someone spends 6 months going through our process, and then has to turn around and file a lawsuit that they theoretically could have filed at the outset, have we saved the city any time or money? And if we saved the person asking for the records any time in receiving them? In fact, one could argue we've actually delayed them getting the records because they went through an ineffective administrative process. So I think the ideas that we had were, if you want to go to the court, you can always go to the court. If you want to go through our process, that something meaningful should come out at the end. Like you just stated, you should be able to get a letter or a report, something that the court is going to look at and show, that demonstrates that the administrative process, was used, and that something productive comes out of that process, that it's not wasted time for the city, wasted time for members of the public. We had a case where that whole long process from start to finish that I described happened. We had someone asked for it, and it was with the San Francisco Police Department. And over the course of 2 years, I think, members, that we dealt with this, with 7 hearings here, I think, before we sent it over to ethics. And ethics sat on it for 8 months before dismissing it. And then the person took it to court and used largely the referral we wrote to ethics, and and only at that point did the police department suddenly find the records and suddenly decide to start producing thousands of records and do it all. So in that point in time, we wasted city time for 7 hearings, the ethics staff time, the time for 3 DCAs who signed on to defend the city in the lawsuit that was filed in the Superior Court, only to end up with the records that we originally requested 2 years before being turned over. So I think that's the bureaucracy that's impeding things we're trying to cut through. That's probably longer than you wanted to know, but that's at least where I'm coming from. And if anyone wants to add to that monologue, feel free.
I do.
Go ahead, member.
I do. Yeah, so I just want to say, the other thing about our process being more an administrative process is that, it also helps prevent clogging up the courts, because the courts are pretty clogged up. And if somebody can get a remedy through our little people's court here, then, that helps everyone, because then things can continue to move. So, I agree with you. And we've been struggling with enforcement power for a long time. The only thing the ordinance does provide us in power, it provides us the ability to compel the production of records when there's a violation. But the question is how does that work? It becomes an issue. So, and then when they fail to comply, based upon us trying to compel them, then what? So, and any of us can tell you our experiences going to ethics and trying to get anything out of them. It's just a complete waste of time and failure. I'll stop there.
Yeah, I mean, we have an odd system set up in San Francisco where if the city does not want to follow an order here, they just ignore it, and it goes away. For other types of bodies that have administrative hearings, and I'm not suggesting that this is the answer, but for instance, there's assessment appeals board, right, that they deal with property assessments, and it happened as an example in Santa Clara County where the assessor came out with a value for, I think, the 49ers stadium right down there, and went to the assessment appeals board. The assessment appeals board came up with a different valuation, said, and we disagree. Okay. The assessor didn't just turn around and say, we don't like what came out of the assessment appeals board, I'm just going to go with my original number. No, he actually took the assessment appeals board to court, and they worked it out. There's a legal process for it. Again, I'm not suggesting the city department sue us, but I think there has to be some type of, if someone doesn't like what comes out of here, just ignoring it isn't like the way to handle it. There has to be a mechanism, I think, for both the city and for parties who petition us to have a realistic endpoint and have that better defined. That's not really there. And what's taking, I think, a lot of our time in meetings is compelling compliance. And I think if we all felt that we could move in that direction, I think, our meetings would be shorter. At least our backlog would be much less there, because hearing the same file 5, 6, 7 times is an inefficient use of time. And it's oftentimes because we're not taken seriously. And not that I want to be taken so seriously, or that any of us have major egos about that, but I think there's a value to the process to play out, right? And if we're going to all be here and the city's going to spend the time to send representatives and petitioners are going to show up, I think something valuable needs to come out of that process.
I just wanted to say, I feel compelled to say this because I think sometimes we get into these conversations, in case anyone's listening, and it feels like we're, it's us against the city. It's not us against the city. And in fact, I think there are plenty of respondents who come in, and I think the consent agenda is a great example of, they get to the committee and there's acknowledgement of there was miscommunication, things fell through the cracks. Yes, we're going to, we something went wrong. We're going to fix it, and they do fix it. And then there are all the things that don't even come to us because, the requests have been responded to in an appropriate manner and timely manner. And there are cases where even when we issue an order of determination, sometimes we do play. There's a little bit of sort of mediator role that goes on to help clarify things, and a lot of people do get exactly what they're looking for. And it's the outlier cases where we're dealing with the enforcement challenges, but we still have to deal with them.
Yeah. And it's unfortunate. I think it's those, like the thing I wrote for the annual report, I think we only had 3 referrals over to ethics in all of 2025 out of over 100 cases, right? So we're talking, single digit percentage that we've actually referred for enforcement. We were able to figure out everything else. But so many of those small cases, we've heard like 4, 5, 6, 7 times. They take a huge disproportionate amount of our time for such a small number of cases.
Thank you. And I also agree with you that it's not us in the city, but it's us giving the people of San Francisco or the public and the public an opportunity to come and have their cases heard. And especially for those members of the public who don't have deep pockets, who don't have, I can go get a lawyer and prosecute my case pockets. And so there is some place for them to come and say, okay, this is what I believe I should get. This is what I believe I should know. And can you help me get the information? And if you can, you should. And we should have some enforcement so that happens for them.
That was a lot. Does that answer your question? Very helpful. Okay. Member Pilpel?
Not on that specifically, but for the next time that we talk about this, if we could just make a note of those 4 topic areas that we've been discussing: summary, timeline, sponsor, and text, so that whatever updates we have, whatever progress we've made, we can relate to those areas. Thanks.
Okay, so I guess, Getting back to that, thank you, Member Philpott, for the reminder. Anything on the summary that we need to change? Is this pretty much locked in at this point? I'm assuming if no one's saying anything, that this is pretty much good and that I'll work with Member LaHood on.
And we're just gonna refine it, tighten it up.
It's not going to be any new ideas beyond what was already
Right.
discussed. This is locked in. Okay. With that said, I think we already talked about timeline. Do you need help, Member LaHood, from other members in doing outreach to get support?
Yes, in fact, in our committee, committee members, or if, we sort of volunteered to contact, Member Pilpel volunteered to contact Supervisors Melgar and Wong. Member Anderson volunteered to contact Supervisors Mahmoud and Walton. And I said I would talk to Supervisors Cheryl and Mandelman. We would love help with the other supervisors, or if somebody else has an existing strong relationship with one of the ones I've mentioned, we'd be happy to hand them off. Any thoughts? Any volunteers?
Member Schmidt?
Well, if it's going to go to that stage and everyone's sort of making those contacts, I would take on one, which is my own supervisor fielder.
Okay, great, thank you.
I'd be great. Anyone over here? Do you know any supervisor?
I know Supervisor Chan.
Okay, so.
Thank you.
Member Wolf will work with Supervisor Chan. Mr. Steiner, Member Sugarman, do you know any?
I have a supervisor, but I've never met her.
Now's your chance.
Wait, so which, any of the supervisors?
Which ones are
Oh,
left?
oh gosh, I would have to look at the list, but we spoken for Melgar, Wong, Mahmoud, Walton, Cheryl, Mandelman, Fielder, Chan.
Oh, Melgar is.
Do you want to tag team with Member Pilpel or?
Maybe, depends on when this is.
I'm in District 4. I could certainly help work with Member Wong if he wants to set some, or Supervisor Wong if he wants to set something up with us. I'd be happy to join that. I think that leaves Supervisor Walton, Supervisor Chen. 11.
Member Anderson said she would speak to Supervisor Walton.
Oh, okay.
Yes, Supervisor Chen.
Just 11.
Yes.
And who's speaking to Mandelman?
Yeah, unless you want to.
I can.
Yeah, okay. Or we could even tag.
Yeah.
team. Okay.
Member Highland, do you know any supervisors?
Not outside those already mentioned by others.
Don't worry, I won't put our new person on the spot. You're trying to
Not in a place.
No, I get
Okay,
that.
okay.
You're certainly welcome to jump there. I'm not
You know
gonna
what?
exclude you, but I also don't want to.
I think this gives us a good start. So once we solidify or we fine tune the existing document, can you then send that out to
Yes.
everyone? And
Yes, I will send
say,
that out to everyone and say, this is what we're.
Use this, go
Use
talk.
this to as your talking point memo.
Okay.
Yep.
Mr. Chair, I just need a quick bio break.
Oh, sure. Go ahead, Member Wolf.
I'll be back.
Okay. Anything else for this item? I think we're going to make it out of here by 9:30.
Oh, you just jinxed it.
I waited this long to make that comment this time. I didn't say it from the outset. Okay.
Although Member Wolf did not hear that.
Timeline, do you want me to pull the documents with those specific deadlines to get
Great.
those to
We
you?
could add those to the packet at this
Okay,
point. Yeah.
all right.
Thank
Okay.
you.
I do see one attendee. Let's make sure that the online attendee does not have any public comment, then we'll move along.
Yes, members of the public who wish to provide public comment can raise their hand at this time. If you're on our application, you can press, if you're on the phone, you can press *3 to raise your hand, or otherwise use the application to raise your hand to indicate that you'd like to make public comment at this time. They have law. I do not see any hands raised for public comment at this time.
Okay, no public comment, no action taken on this. I think we move on to item 21.
Item number 21, 2025 Annual Report for the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force. Review and approval of the 2025 Annual Report.
Okay, Vice Chair Stein, as usual, put a considerable amount of work into this, and so I want to turn it over to her to say whatever she has to say, and then we'll hopefully move to vote and approve this.
Yeah, I don't have much to say because it's all here in the report. And I tried to give a kind of upfront summary. This is the first year that I kind of took language that I had developed last year to basically describe who we are and what we do and what our mandates are for our, deadlines and things under the law, and try to use that to evaluate what we've actually done and see if there's been improvement in certain areas. See what areas are still, we could potentially work on. And I guess this year I just, some of the stuff I found or that we did was great to see. Like, we're processing complaints overall much more quickly. I think up until last year, we had not even processed almost like a single complaint in 45 days. And this year we did 25% of the complaints in 45 days. And by processed, I just mean they got submitted. We got them onto a calendar for the first hearing within that 45-day period. And obviously the consent calendar has been really important for that. It's, increased the number of cases we can hear every year. And I think this year we heard around 75 cases. I don't have it. I'm sort of saying it from memory. Also, our average number of days to hear a case overall went down. Our backlog, however, went up. So this idea that we were somehow going to zero it out at some point with our more efficient processes didn't really seem to be the case, because we got 127 new complaints last year. So basically, my recommendations really just hewed to what it is that we can do with our internal procedures. I do want to say, I think I had said that we got, where is it? Like 20,000, or we found in our survey that the city got about 20,000 records requests. Ever since that one year that the SFPD responded, and I realized that their records requests were more than everybody else has put together, they hadn't responded again, but I put in a public records request to them about the number of records requests they had this year, and they just got back to me after I had submitted this report. And their number this year was 35,866. So they continued to kind of dwarf all the other departments. And that was several different units, including incident reports and body cam footage and legal and media relations. It was all of those units put together. So we also had 2 submissions. Chair Yankee and Member Schmidt wrote some extended pieces on some issues that we're dealing with currently. And we have to decide whether to approve those. And if we don't approve those, I guess they can still appear in the appendix. But we have to vote on that as well as the approval of this report. So any comments you have, any clarifications, anything that you think needs to be in there that isn't in there, this is a time to voice it.
Okay, anyone? I have 2 minor things, not to change the report or anything. I think it's worth noting as like an asterisk type comment that even though it talks about the 45-day deadline, that 45 days only applies legally to a subset of the complaints we received, the ones that Member Schmidt identified as 6721B.
Yeah, I'm going to.
And those now have the expedited schedule. So even though there might not be a large number that's meeting the 45 days, I'd be curious, maybe in the future report, since kind of I think came about this year, maybe for next year, if we piece those out and see, are we accomplishing our goal of the 6721B ones meeting 45 days versus all of them, since some of them technically don't have to meet 45 days.
Sure.
And then my second one, this is just kind of an interesting takeaway I thought from your statistics, is how many of our complaints are from repeat complainants, and from how many of those repeat complainants we find no violations or have no shows. And I think, I don't think we can necessarily say they can't ever file a complaint, but I think the level of access to hearings we give those types of people, I think is something definitely within our control. And so maybe that's something we look at, and maybe even the complaint committee. I know if we have someone who has, let's say, 3 no-shows or 3 no-shows and no violations in a year, maybe they shouldn't get full hearings. Maybe we should just, those are like automatic consent items, regardless of what comes out of just brainstorm. I'm not saying it has to be that,
Yeah.
but something that, so we're not spending such a large amount of full task force time on such a small subset of individuals who don't seem to be submitting either worthwhile complaints or just are not showing up at hearings at all, and they're taking up time on our agendas without productive results.
Yeah, and I think I saw this from the beginning that about half our complaints are repeat petitioners, often 5 or fewer. And I only started last year looking at how many of these are no violations or, well, mainly looking at how many received no violation, either because they were dropped or because they actually got no violation. And it was kind of a high number. And at first I was thinking, gosh, should we, it seems kind of antithetical to the ordinance to limit the number of complaints people can submit, but I thought maybe we want to limit the number of hearings that we give to 1 complainant in a year. And that might get I didn't put this in the report, but that might get complainants to pick and choose more carefully the cases they want to put forward if they're only going to have 3 or 5 or something heard a year. And then, if we clear our backlog and then there's space to hear others, we could hear them, but if we don't get to them, we don't get to them, and they just stay in a long queue, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah.
Because it does seem like a handful of people are taking the bulk of the resources on hearing cases.
Member Wolf?
Yeah, I just want to get some clarity on if was a change in the interpretation of the 45-day rule. The way I read it in 6721E, it just needs the complainant just needs to be told whether the records are public or not within 45 days. And that's why we've allowed the committees to make those determinations on behalf of the task force in order to help expedite that the 45-day time period.
We've had this conversation before, and that was not the consensus of the majority of the task force. I don't really want to reopen that conversation now. I would rather that we just kind of focused on the report and what we're going to approve or not approve.
Well, yeah, I completely disagree with that continually.
Yep.
Because that's been our interpretation since I've been on the task force since 2005.
Member Pucko?
I'm not weighing into that right this moment. I did have 2 things to say. I think in terms of recommendations from the task force, I have no objection to including recommendations in the annual report. I just don't think we should put new things in the annual report that don't reflect consensus of the task force. So where we've had multiple discussions and achieved consensus on something, I think including that is absolutely right on. But I don't think this should be an opportunity to say, hey, by the way, we should do that. I'm not saying that that's in here, but I just wanted to offer a caution on that. And just the other thing at the back, starting on page 65 of the packet, and I think it applies to some of these multi-page tables and data sources. If there's a way to format it so that it's more readable, that would be great, whether it's column headings or collapsing fields or something. It just seems like some of these things are not particularly readable as these multi-page massive spreadsheets. I think the text part towards the front is a lot easier to read. So if the data is important, then if there's a better way to present it, that would be great. That's all.
All that data is online. I didn't actually intend for those to be included in this packet per se. They were all links that were given for anyone who wanted to inspect the data, which is all online in a much more readable format. but it was downloaded and added to the packet.
Yeah.
I thought only that, as with every other year, I thought only the actual draft of the report was going to be included, and that data is there if anyone wants to, fact check the data or run their own analysis of it, kind of thing. But it's really not meant to be something that we need to approve with this report.
Then maybe if we break it at the survey text, because that seemed pretty straightforward, and if the other items, maybe the members and
Why don't we do this?
vacancies.
Why don't we ask Vice Chair Stein, what's the
Yeah.
last page of the actual report?
That's a good question.
Yeah, I mean, I will say the survey text is Appendix A in the actual report. And then in the actual report, the last thing is actually Appendix E, average days between petitions and scheduled hearings.
Okay, so everything after Appendix E, which ends on page, find it.
60?
60? Yeah, I think that's what I'm coming up with. So we're only going to approve everything pages, through 60. Anything beyond PDF page 60 is just, I think our administrator had PDF'd a lot of the supplemental data and attached as a PDF as well. We did have complaints in the past from members who didn't want to log into Google Docs. And so I think as a service to everyone, it was included as a PDF.
And sadly, I just, having worked a lot with kind of large spreadsheets in Excel or whatever, there's just no way to get that onto one page in a readable format.
Okay, any other questions? If not, do we have I'm sorry, Member Anderson, go ahead.
Can't hear.
PDF page, I'm sorry, I'm working with Member Anderson to make sure she has the.
Average day.
Yeah,
So here.
138, but it's PDF page 60. I don't know if you're missing.
Part of mine that said that. Well, whatever. I just want to make.
Okay.
It looks like in the agenda, it's the page that starts Sunshine Ordinance Task Force 2025 Annual Report Draft starts on page 7. Maybe that explains the discrepancy.
Oh, that could be, yeah. I'm looking at the full PDF. You may have just the report open. I opened the whole PDF of attachments. It's like 160 pages long. That's the difference. Okay. I think we can have a motion now to approve the annual report if we're ready to do that.
Before you do that, Member Stein, I know you say, could those details about the police department's number of records be included? Like,
Yes,
could we approve
I
pending that
plan to
update?
Put a sentence in there about it, just.
Oh, yeah.
But I didn't mean to run over Member Wolf's motion.
Okay, so Member Wolf had a motion to approve the annual report, but I think it's going to be with the addition of the police department data that came in.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Okay, so motion by Member Wolf to approve the report with the addition of the police department data. Do we have a second on that motion? Seconded by Member Anderson. Let's open that up to public comment if there is any.
Yes, members of the public, actually, there's nobody.
Oh, no one here anymore.
And we don't have any attendees.
Okay, no public comment. We can move right to our vote.
Yes, on the motion to, is it publish or finalize and publish?
Approve, just approve it. Yeah.
Motion to approve the SOTF 2025 annual report. On that motion, Member Wolf.
Aye, with thanks to Vice Chair Stein and everybody that contributed to it.
Member Anderson.
With the same, thank you for all what you
Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Member LaHood.
Aye.
LaHood, aye. Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Sugarman, aye. Member Hyland?
Aye.
Hyland, aye. Member Topel?
Aye.
Topel, aye. Member San Girardi?
Aye.
San Girardi, aye. Vice Chair Stein?
Aye.
Stein, aye. Chair Yankee?
Aye.
Yankee, aye. Motion passes without objection with Member Kumar being absent.
Okay, great. On to item 22.
Item 22, announcements, comments, questions, and future agenda items by members of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force.
Okay, you have something, Member Wolf?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
I have two. Next month will be a presentation, we hope, that they'll be able to come from Department of Technology on the redaction software that was sparked from last month's meeting on the complaints around planning. So that should be interesting to see if there were any updates to how that thing works. And the second one, it's a little bit of a concern for me. So there's an expectation from the public that our processes are to be uniform and predictable. Any stray from this creates a new precedent. And in the earlier pulled consent calendar complaints, where there was no written committee minutes that were available, that really needed to be required for the item to be voted on. I didn't really find much change from what we discussed at the February meeting as to expanding the findings of the committee, of any committee, forwarding an item for consent on the agenda in the kind of the write-up, in the italicized write-up. We had a nice discussion about that last month. So and suggesting that somebody should just refer to the audio is not a replacement. This has been a practice of ours since the beginning of time of the task force, that committee minutes be available before the meeting, that those items are to be heard. So I just want to get some clarification if this is going to be our regular practice moving forward, since you kind of made, Mr. Chair, you kind of made a unilateral decision on this point.
Well, we voted on these. I did not make any unilateral decision on this, Member Wolf. There is a 10-day turnaround time for meeting minutes. They should have been published as of yesterday for the complaint committee. That's on the administrator to handle, though. Obviously, we took a vote and decided that the information provided on the consent calendar was sufficient to move forward, and that's what we took.
Well, it wasn't a unanimous vote, and I did bring up my concerns about it, but I'm just wondering if this is going to be a regular practice, because if it kind of is, then why have minutes from the committees at all?
I think going into an in-depth discussion on this during this agenda item is beyond the scope of the agenda. If we want to have a specific.
That's very convenient, very convenient. Okay, thank you. That's all.
Vice Chair Stein?
Yeah, I have an announcement.
Okay.
Which is that next Wednesday, March 11th, there's going to be an educational event called The Future of Independent Commissions in San Francisco, responding to the recommendations of the Commission Streamlining Task Force. And it's happening from 6 to 7:30 at the Women's Building. And it's kind of going to be a presentation by various people, including legal women voters. And I think Ed Harrington himself is going to present on what the committee did, its process, and some of the import of its recommendations. And a lot of it's going to be given over to discussion too, and questions and answers, and just people kind of thinking about, what do we do going forward? So I wanted to mention that I'm a bit involved in it. Member Anderson is a bit involved in it. And we just want to let people know that it's happening. Oh, and if you want to come, it's you can RSVP through the League of Women Voters site, and it's both in person, but they're also going to live stream it, and you can also ask questions and participate virtually. But you have to RSVP for both. Well, one or the other.
Thank you. Anyone else for this item? Okay. See if there's no one in the audience and no one online, so no public comment for this. I think we're on to item 23.
Adjournment.
So move.
Okay, hearing no opposition, we are adjourned at 9:15 p.m.
Thank you.